Chapter 56-64. After Jian Wushuang saw it, he ignored it. He could see that Wu Qiong's blood was in Wu Dis's body. I'm afraid Wu Yong still doesn't know that his eldest brother has turned himself green. I'm afraid it was also because of Wu Qiong that he seized the sword bones. And Chan Qingxian knew that he would have 80% of the sword bone in his body because of Wu Qiong. Follow this reasoning. I'm afraid Wu Qiong is the real murderer behind the scenes. Chun Qingxian was tough enough to carry everything down. When Wu Chongqing saw this scene, he also understood. At this time, the anger in my heart rose to the extreme. Get out of here! Wu Chongqing exploded with a strong divine power, directly wrapped Wu Qiong and Wu Di, the father and son, and sent them out of the clan hall. He can't go! Jian Wushuang still used the same trick, breaking the space and stopping Wu Qiong. Since Wu Qiong is the real murderer, she can't let it go. Wu Chongqing was completely angry, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. Although Jian Wushuang's strength is rather weird and he is more adept at mastering space, he is not as good as his divine power. So there is confidence. Jian Wushuang, don't go too far. This is the Wu family. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, Wu Qiong must die. But this time, whether it was for the sake of face or for the Wu family's children, Wu Chongqing shot directly. The divine body that was more than 100,000 times exploded in an instant. Jian Wushuang frowned when he felt this power. With this strength, I can't stop me. The power of the beast on Jian Wushuang suddenly exploded, which also exceeded 100,000 times. He can now double the power of the beast god, and he can increase the divine body to 100,000 times. Naturally not weaker each other. Now he is the identity of this long river of time and space, so naturally he has to use divine power. If it is not a last resort, it is still impossible to use the original strength. Not weak will attract suspicion. When he entered this time and space, the voice of the goddess was still fresh in his memory. This is the opponent's dojo. 9 heavens and 10 places, a complete and powerful space-time, is actually the opponent's dojo. So how strong is the opponent? He can't imagine. This character is much stronger than the gods. While using divine power to protect Yuqi Mingfeng, he confronted Wu Chongqing. Chongqing, you are not his opponent. A simple voice came. Jian Wushuang and Wu Chongqing looked at the door of the clan hall at the same time, where was an old man with a childlike face standing, holding a sword upside down in his hand, like a sword suppressing a party. This is the strongest person in the Wu family. Ancestor. Wu Chongqing put away his momentum and saluted respectfully. The ancestor of the Wu family walked slowly, without any murderous aura. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also put away his breath. Wu family Wu Li. Gu Yu, Jian Wushuang. Both of them reported their names at the same time. The word Gu Yu represents the time and space of Gu Yu. Anyone who is strong in Gu Yu time and space can utter the word Gu Yu. In Wu Li's eyes, this was also the reason why Jian Wushuang didn't want to reveal his identity. Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. The name of the ancestor of the Wu family was very similar to that of the Wu family, very rude. Friends, why don't you talk? Wu Li asked. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, Let's talk. He could see that the other party was sincere. Ancestor. Wu Chongqing was puzzled, but Wu Li yelled in a low voice, It's nothing to do with you here. Get out. Although there were complaints, Wu Chongqing was very respectful to the ancestors and could only leave. At this point, there were only 3 people left in the hall. There was also Yuqi Mingfeng, who was suppressed on the side. Jian Wushuang was very polite to this kind of cause and effect. Wu Li also spoke to Yuqi Mingfeng very politely. Little friends of Mingjiao, just sit down, my Wu family is rude. This made Yuqi Mingfeng a little puzzled. It's fine if you are polite to Jian Wushuang. How can you be so polite to him? Although he is the arrogant of Mingjiao, He is nothing more than an immortal. That would make the other party so polite. Is it because of Jian Wushuang? Thinking of this, I also understand. Strength is respected. Let the ancestors of the Wu family say that Wu Chongqing is inferior to Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that the strength of his cheap nephew is on the same level as the Wu family ancestor, or even stronger. After being polite, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li sat on either side of the main seat. There is no seat position, which also represents equal treatment. Jian Wushuang was also very curious whether the other party was too polite. What is this going to do? Taoist, there is nothing wrong with it. He had just entered this time and space, and many things were not clear. Naturally, I don't want to say anything more, and I still listen to the other party. Don't be found out that he doesn't understand anything when the time comes, and arouse suspicion. Wu Li smiled and said, Wu Shuang Taoist, since it is a happy person, then the old man will just say it. Friends, do you know what this is? Wu Li took out a jade sword. There's a strange pattern on the top. The whole body is turquoise. Jian Wushuang glanced carefully. Although the workmanship was exquisite, there was nothing special about it. It can only be said to be a good object, even the most precious thing. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at Wu Li in confusion. Wu Li smiled awkwardly and said, Friends of Taoism, since they are all honest with each other, don't have to be so restrained. He obviously didn't believe that Jian Wushuang didn't know this thing. But Jian Wushuang really didn't know. This jade sword does not seem to have anything to do with him. The only thing that can be contacted is that his surname is Jian. Please also ask fellow Taoists to solve your doubts. Jian Wu was sincere and sincere. He could see that the other party didn't seem to be joking. This jade sword might be a special use, and it was related to him. But he did not use the sword here. It can be seen that the jade sword is related to him, probably because of something on his body, such as Jueyun's sword. Wu Li was also taken aback, and found that Jian Wushuang seemed to really know nothing. Friend Taoist really doesn't know this thing. He still couldn't believe it, and at the same time glanced at the Jueyun sword behind Jian Wushuang. He was very familiar with the breath above. Jian Wushuang still shook his head. Seeing this, Wu Li was sure that Jian Wushuang really didn't know. He simply told Yujian's affairs directly. Jian Wushuang felt more incredible the more he listened. It's not that the thing about Jade Sword is incredible, but that this thing is indeed related to Jueyun's sword and has been circulating for a long time. Ancient Wood Continent. The reason why it is named Gomu is because there is an eternal willow in the core of the mainland. That is the core of Gomu Continent. It is also the core place of the ancient wood school of the 8-star Zongmen. The main structure of this time and space is 9 heavens and 10 earths. The division of forces has a long history and is related to the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In every place there is an 8-star sect that has the same lifespan as the heaven and the earth. Then there is the 7-star sect, such as the Qingyun sect in Vietnam. However, the 7-star sects were all established later. The 8-star sect is the true overlord who inherited the Guyu time and space, and the only 9-star sect, Ancient Moon God sect. Chapter 56-65, 9-star sect. Only the Ancient Moon cult is the real overlord of this time and space. According to some common sense in Wu Li's words, Jian Wushuang knew the judgment of these sections. The 7-star sect is more like a subsidiary force of the 8-star sect, and the 8-star sect is an affiliate of the Ancient Moon God sect. Divide layer by layer. The forces in the entire Guyu time-space are actually one. The 9-star sect is the only one and only the Ancient Moon God sect. There are 19 8-star sections. They represent 9 heavens and 10 earth, respectively. Then there is the 7-star sect. If you want to open a 7-star sect, you must first be a 7-tribulation realm powerhouse. This made Jian Wushuang very shocked. In the original Morua time and space, there was only a 7 tribulations realm powerhouse Qishan. But in the time and space of Guyu, is the seven tribulations realm so worthless? A Yu country has a seven-star sect. But when he understood Guyu time and space a little bit, he would understand. It's not how powerful Guyu time space is. It's that the time for this time and space to appear is too long. If the original Morua spacetime has experienced 5 eras, then Guyu spacetime has at least experienced hundreds of millions of eras. No wonder there are so many strong men born. But after so many years, there are very few 7 tribulations that are really still alive. Most of them are still the powerhouses in the scattered robbery realm after failing to cross the robbery. The powerhouse of the robbery realm is quite special. Jian Wushuang has known this for a long time. Once the robbery fails, those who are weak will die and die. They are up to the well-known. Directly cut off their own catastrophe. Stay in a certain catastrophe forever. Those who have confidence in themselves will be able to overcome the calamity. If they fail, they will either fall or become powerful, and they can be transformed into a loose robbery. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang thought of the Qixin. With the strength of the Qixin in the 8 tribulations realm, even if he failed to cross the tribulation at the beginning, he should have become a dispersing tribulation powerhouse. Why did he fall? But now in Guyu time and space, he didn't think about Morua time and space anymore. Now he is more interested in what Wu Li said. According to what the other parties said, the Jueyun sword on his body is in a master-servant relationship with the Jade sword. When his deity appeared, the Jade sword changed and led him to come. Jian Wushuang drew out the Jueyun sword and handed it to Wu Li. Wu Li also handed the Jade sword to Jian Wushuang. 2 people observe at the same time. Jian Wushuang, who was holding the Jade sword, truly felt that there was a complete source of divine power in the Jade sword. It is also mixed with the power of life. Is this refined by Shinmu? Jian Wushuang is the material of the Jade sword. If it weren't for the origin, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. Wu Li admired Jueyun Jian. He smiled knowingly when Jian Wushuang discovered the special Jade sword and said, "The Taoist friends are like torches, and they are really extraordinary." It took years to find the Jade sword and the tree. Related. For this kind of bragging, Jian Wushuang didn't care. What he is even more curious now is why the 2 are connected. The origin of this Jade sword is very similar to the Jueyun sword. In other words, it was very similar to the Jueyun sword he had nurtured. All have the power of life. The connection between the 2 has the reason of vitality. But he clearly came from time and space, a tributary of the distant starry sky. This Guyu time and space is probably the 9 core time and space in the starry sky. How can there be a connection so far apart? Although curious, Jian Wushuang did not expose the life force in his body. He does not intend to be exposed in the future. Because of this ability, I am afraid it has something to do with the Goma school. That is the 8-star sect, possess the superpower of the 8 tribulations realm powerhouse, more powerful than the Temple of Qi. Although there are no strong people in the 8 tribulations realm in the contemporary era, but there is a strong man who has failed to cross the tribulation in the 8 tribulations realm that is also stronger than the gods, not to mention Jian Wushuang now. So it cannot be exposed. Otherwise it will be a disaster. After playing with Jade's sword for a while, Jian Wushuang returned it to Wu Li, but the other person stroked Jueyun's sword with a look of reluctance, which made him feel a little funny. Seeing him returning the jade sword, Wu Li was too embarrassed to go to observe, so he handed the Jueyun's sword to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang received it, he was not in the scabbard behind the income this time, but in the mustard seeds. After all, the current Jueyun's sword contained a secret, and he didn't want to be so swagger. And even Wu Li could feel the speciality of Jueyun's sword. The opponent is just a powerful person in the 3 tribulations realm. Although he has mastered the universe, he is a master of the universe. But this kind of strength is okay in Vietnam. Looking at Gumo continent, it is still not enough. After all, the top sect of the ancient Wood continent, but has the power of the 8 tribulations realm. There are probably many 7 tribulation realms. A master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. What counts? When you encounter a more powerful tribulation realm powerhouse, I am afraid that you can see the extraordinary of Jueyun sword at a glance. He had to refine the life force in the Jueyun sword. Can't be ostentatious. Friends of Taoism, you can find the similarities between the two. Wu Li asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. There is nothing to hide. The power of life is indeed the same. Both are the same as the vitality of vegetation. In that case, I'll just say it. Wu Li went straight to the subject this time. Jian Wushuang also looked forward to, although the life force is special, is not worthy of Wu Li's treatment. I'm afraid this jade sword has a usefulness he doesn't know. Before Wu Li spoke, the barrier had already been laid out. Yu Qi Ming Feng couldn't hear the conversation between the two of them. You can only see where the two have been sitting, and time seems to freeze. Wu Li's voice was very low, and his face was shaken. Friends, you know that the 1,000 willows in the center of Gumu continent are actually wan willows, the most precious treasure left by the goddess who opened up time and space. Jian Wushuang shuffled to his feet and frowned, unable to believe his ears. Wan Lu. This reminded him of the forest of 10,000 treasury. At the same time, I also understood why the life force in June's sword was so similar to that in Jade's sword. His life force is realized from the origin of all things. And in the origin of all things, there is also the origin of the forest of all treasures. No wonder the two are connected. Now he finally understands. Both are vegetation life. That is the willow's sacred tree left by the goddess, which is much stronger than the forest of the 10,000 treasures. If he can get it, let alone breaking through the tribulation realm, reaching the 7 tribulation realm is not a problem. With a move in his heart, he asked a little excitedly, could it be that this has something to do with Wan Lu Shenmu? This made him couldn't believe it. If it really matters, this matter will not be that simple. It's about Wan Lu Shenmu if it is spread out. Even if the two of them have 10 lives, they're not enough to die. Wu Li was also very frightened by this sentence, and at the same time the barrier was thickened. Friends of Taoism, don't say it like this. Wu Li shook his head and then said, I don't know if it has anything to do with Shenmu, but the Gumu faction keeps looking for people to find this thing, and there are big secrets hidden in it. Chapter 56-66. According to Wu Li, although the Wan Lu Shenmu is in the Guma sect, the other party cannot open the Shenmu. This jade sword is probably the key to unlock the sacred tree. Wu Li said vaguely, but Jian Wushuang was not stupid. He can think of it. It's just such an important thing. Why would you tell him an outsider? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang had already begun to ponder the other party's intentions. Wu Li also saw his doubts and quickly explained. The Taoist is not from the ancient Wood continent. I don't know. Although the Wan Lu Shenmu is in the ancient Wood sect, it does not necessarily need to be a disciple of the ancient Wood sect if you want to open it. As soon as this remark came out, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. In the Hongmu era of the ancient Wood continent, a lord of Hongmu appeared. He also used the sword to have the power of the tribulation realm. He was a powerful man in the 6th tribulation realm. He used the 3-foot wooden sword to unlock the sacred wood, took away a chance from it, and became a powerhouse in the 7 tribulations realm. In the later stage, he soared to the sky and became a powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm in half a step. He was originally a powerhouse in the 6 tribulations realm, and it didn't sound like he had broken through much. However, in how many 6 tribulations realm, only one can become a 7 tribulations realm powerhouse, and besides he can reach the half-step 8 tribulations realm. Even if it fails to cross the robbery, it can also be converted into a casual repair. It's a pity that the opponent, like the gods, has a mortal heart. Turn on the sacred tree. Jian Wushuang took a breath, very excited. If this can be opened, his chance of a robbery will come. Not only can he break through, maybe he can quickly become a superpower in the tribulation realm. after seeing Jian Wushuang's longing look. Wu Li struck the iron while it was hot, and then said, "Friends, do you know, where does the Lord of Hengmu come from?" "I don't know." Jian Wushuang naturally didn't know. Wu Li replied, "The Lord of Hengmu is a native of Yu, and the sword tomb is now the place where he sits and transforms." When the Lord of Eternal would fail to cross the tribulation, and only a breath remained, he returned to his home country and sat on a bitter mountain. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang was also shocked. Doesn't this mean that Wu Li has been inherited from the Lord of Hengmu? A half-step inheritance of the 8 tribulations realm. That's the power comparable to the gods. Wu Li saw Jian Wushuang's thoughts, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, the Lord of Hengmu left only this jade sword and disappeared without leaving any bones. It's right to think about it. If Wu Li could get the other party's inheritance, it would still be just a 3 tribulations realm like it is now. Even a pig can become a powerhouse in the 5 tribulations realm. After hearing so much, Jian Wushuang probably understood the other party's intentions. This is the meaning of pulling him to work together. Open Wan Lu Shenmu. Not to mention becoming a super strong like Lord of Hengmu. At least it would be no problem for Wu Li to go further. Jian Wushuang could see that the other party was not a powerhouse in the scattered tribulation realm, and should have been suppressing his own strength. Not sure about crossing the robbery. The old man has said so much. I think fellow Taoists should understand my intentions. There are the core inheritance and secrets of the ancient Wood continent in the Wanlu Shenmu. You and I will join hands. If you really enter it, you won't say that you will become the Lord of Hengmu. It's not difficult for a person like that in the world to enter the 5 tribulations in his life. The Lord of Hengmu, as a half-step 8 tribulation realm, is indeed a figure in the world. The entire ancient Wood continent is also an 8 tribulation realm powerhouse, and also a Sand tribulation powerhouse, the ancestor of the ancient Wood school. I don't know how many years I have lived, and I won't be born at all. The original Lord of Hengmu was almost an invincible figure in Gumu continent. If he can successfully overcome the tribulation, I am afraid he will be the only real powerhouse of the 8 tribulation realm in ancient Wood continent. Although Guyu Shirkong is one of the 9 cores, there are still very few true 8 tribulations realm. This temptation is too big. The other party obviously took out the matter of Lord Hengmu to lure him, but he really eats this set now. There is only one way to improve your strength quickly. He entered the ancient moon time and space in order to become the superpower in the robbery realm. Return to the Temple of the Gods to solve the true monarch of the primitive universe and extinction. Extinction is the number 1 mortal enemy. The 2 can only survive one. He had a hunch that even if he had been hiding in Guyu time and space, Miesheng would eventually come and look for him. The other party had laid out for Moruo's time and space. How could he give up like this? If you want to break the game, you can only improve your strength quickly. Before the Temple of Qixin is destroyed, the extinction will be solved. Miesheng is a half-step 7 tribulations realm powerhouse. He needs at least the 6 tribulations realm combat power to be able to return. But even if it came to Guyu time and space, it would be extremely difficult to become the 6 tribulations realm. No one dared to say that any emperor, even a powerful person in the 5 tribulations realm, would definitely be able to become a 6 tribulations realm. Even if Jian Wushuang had the confidence, he didn't have enough time to slow down. Right now is a great opportunity. The opportunity to allow him to break through quickly. Although I don't know what secret realm is in the Wanlu Shenmu, what chance you can get from reading www.okanshu.com, but as long as he can improve quickly, he wants to give it a try. This time he was lucky. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing just when he came here. If it weren't for Wu Li's greed, I'm afraid he wouldn't tell him at all and would even kill people for treasure. Fortunately, his strength is enough to shock the opponent. Otherwise, a hard fight is inevitable. Wu Li is the Lord of the universe. If he returns to his dojo, Jian Wushuang has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, Wu Li left his dojo and couldn't do anything with Jian Wushuang. So the two can be honest with each other. Only in this way can we achieve win-win cooperation. Cooperation! Jian Wushuang groaned. My heart moved to my heart, but I couldn't believe the other party's words. Wu Li also understood that it was a matter of great importance and had already had a countermeasure in his heart. All the plans he laid out were spoken out. Although the status of the old man in the Azure Cloud School is not top, but it is also a high level, and I have a concubine in the Ancient Wood School. Her strength is not as good as mine, but the background is not weak. Your Excellency enters the Azure Cloud sect and becomes the core, and then you can go to the Guma sect to participate in the highest sacred meeting of the Guma continent, and you'll have the opportunity to meet the Wanlu Shenmu in the world. The meaning is very simple, that is, he first entered the King Yanzong, and then with the help of the background of the King Yanzong, he planned to participate in the holy meeting in the future. Then, when the sacred meeting was held, the gods unconsciously entered the sacred tree. It sounds simple. It's really hard to do it. The key is that he is just the emperor now. The other party mistakenly regarded him as a robbery. Seeing the sincerity of the other party, Jian Wushuang also told the truth, telling him that he was only an emperor. Chapter 56-67. Are you the emperor? Wu Li stood up directly, his eyes staring out. He is also a person who has seen the world, but he has been slowed down for a while. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised to see the other party, so surprised. At the beginning, in time and space of Morwa, there were characters like Emperor Juyun. How could there be a few heavenly guardians in such a big Guyu time and space? Friend Wushuang, don't deceive the old. If you are really an emperor, how can you master space so skillfully? Wu Li asked suspiciously. Jian Wushuang pointed out that it was a black hole. Then the black hole was destroyed and turned into a mystery. His current state is very close to the universe, Mahayana, a perfect universe, 10,000 black holes. There is already half of Jian Wushuang's origin space. If it is an ordinary master of the universe, it is said that Wu Li in front of him, although the other party is the master of the universe, he has less than 3,000 black holes. But in each black hole, there is divine power. Although it is a little different from the pure origin, it is not far from there. Jian Wushuang's spatial realm was about twice as powerful as the opponent. This made Wu Li amazed. But in terms of combat power, it also has a lot to do with it. Jian Wushuang's strength is not weaker than the Three Tribulations realm. Although Guyu's time and space are large, there are really few who can compete with the Lord of the Universe at the highest level. Countless times have fallen, and there are only 1 or 2 emperors who still exist today. Wu Li's eyelids trembled, and he couldn't let go of it for a long time, and exclaimed, "The rumors are really true. The heaven-defying emperor can really match the Lord of the Universe." Rumors, Jian Wushuang said in surprise. There should be a lot more powerful than me in the huge Guyu time and space. When he heard that he was stronger than him, Wu Li quickly shook his head and said firmly, "Impossible, the strongest emperor against the sky today. I have heard that he is a great priest in the dark, and he survives longer than me. It's all long, and his peers are in the 5 Tribulations realm, but he is still at the top. It is rumored that he has cultivated a certain secret method and needs a secret method to break through. But his strength is not as terrifying as you. A good friend of mine has seen each other. The realm is not as good as you, but the combat power is unknown. Not as good as him. That combat power will not work." Now, Jian Wushuang felt that his own realm was a bit low, and he was about to not match his strength. Since the success of Hadao, he seems to have never used his full combat power. Even a thought of the universe has not been used. Although the star catalog is his strongest whole card, he has used it when dealing with the avatar of extinction. But without the blessing of the universe, in his opinion, it is far from reaching the peak. If Wu Li were to let Wu Li know what he was thinking, I'm afraid he would go crazy. Not to mention the emperor. Even if he is a strong man in the second tribulation realm, with his strength and background, he will wake up with a smile when he sleeps. Jian Wushuang himself, he was a little dissatisfied with his current strength. Really want to reach the extreme. Jian Wushuang has the confidence to kill the Lord of the Universe at the Emperor level. Even within the opponent's universe, he has a lot of confidence. The other party has the origin universe. He has a thought of the universe. And it's still a moving dojo. That's the most terrifying method. The most perfect universe, 10,000 black holes. Although Jian Wushuang is still far behind. As long as he has sufficient treasures and opportunities, he can reach that realm quickly. Where is Guyue divine religion? Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of the 9-star sect. 8-star sects have appeared strong in the 8 tribulations realm. And even if there are no real strong in the 8 tribulations realm, I am afraid that there are also powerful San-tribulations strong in the 8 tribulations realm. What about 9-star sect, ancient moon god sect? This is the most powerful force in Guyu time and space. How strong will the strongest emperor within them be? It's just that when he said these words, Wu Li was stunned for a moment and then squinted at Jian Wushuang, as if Jian Wushuang was joking. Guyue divine cult. Although they are all experts in the tribulation realm inside, these experts in the tribulation realm are not very brilliant when they're emperors, and they're far inferior to the great priest. Wu the ceremony was delayed for a while, but it still got the wrong meaning. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang noticed it, nodded quickly, and pretended to say deeply, "These great abilities so powerful are often extremely common when they are weak. Like me, I am afraid it will be very difficult to become a catastrophe." Taoist Wushuang is too worried as long as it is not for practicing special secret methods. It is not easy to become a catastrophe. As Wu Li spoke, he brought up some rumors in Guyu time and space. I don't know whether the other party's temperament is like this, or because he has been in a high position for too long and there is no peer chatting and he keeps talking. If Jian Wushuang hadn't come from another time and space, he would have been impatient. Fortunately, he needs to be aware of these rumors now. Otherwise, he will not know if he asks 3 questions at that time. Will he be suspicious like a fool? Wu Li watched Jian Wushuang listen with gusto and completely open the chattering box. Guyu time and space. The waves are magnificent, and there are countless opportunities. It is not difficult to become a robbery. The difficulty is that each calamity is powerful, and it has wiped out how many Calamity Realm powerhouses do not know. The inheritance of the Tribulation Realm alone could not be counted in Guyu time and space. The accumulated experience of becoming a robbery is extremely strong. That's why Wu Li felt that it was not difficult to become a catastrophe. The hard part is how to finish the road behind the Tribulation Realm. From the first calamity to the 9th calamity. Although the 8 tribulations realm is rare and incomparable, there are still some rumors after all. But the existence of the 9 tribulations realm has never been heard of. Even in the ancient moon god sect, there is not a 9 tribulations realm powerhouse. The only recorded 9 tribulations realm powerhouse is the celestial lady who opened up the ancient moon time and space. But after opening up this ancient moon time and space, the goddess fell. There will be no one in the 9 tribulations realm behind, and the strongest is only half a step in the 9 tribulations realm. Of course, some people brag about being able to match the 9 tribulations realm, but no one has seen the 9 tribulations realm. Who knows if they can match the 9 tribulations realm? Guyu time and space did not. However, there are strong people in the 8 tribulations realm, and when traveling to other time and space, they have encountered the strong in the 9 tribulations realm and travel the endless starry sky. The divine body is the size of a universe, extremely dazzling. Even the 8 tribulations realm could not be approached, let alone stepped forward to talk. Jian Wushuang was obsessed with listening, especially when I heard the 9 tribulations realm. Travel the starry sky. The divine body is the size of the universe. Even the strong of the 8 tribulations realm is not qualified to approach. How strong does the other party have to be? Teacher Xian Yi is that level? Jian Wushuang had a lot of doubts in his heart, like the treasure of time and space. I am afraid it was created by these powerful people. 9 tribulations realm, the same eternal existence. It is also a transcendent body, free from control and time, at ease. When he reached that level, he must travel the entire starry sky, read everything in unlimited time. The two talked more and more vigorously, but forgot the time. Chapter 56-68. Now the outside world is rumored that a mysterious strong man has appeared in the Wu family, and the strong of Mingjiao also came to Wu's house to find Wei Qi Mingfeng. Let's be here today. Wu, Li said. Wu Shuang Taoist fellow, I have already transmitted the voice of the deacon of Qingyan sect. You can go to Qingyan sect at any time, and when you arrive in Qingyan sect, let's talk about it in detail. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, Then I will be in Qingyanzong waiting for your news. The matter of Wan Lushimu is not that simple. It needs to be discussed in the long term. Wu Li's plan alone has a long list. He first entered the Qingyanzong as a friend of Wu Li, and then went to the Guma sect as a disciple of the Qingyanzong to participate in the holy meeting. It's just that the time of the holy meeting is different. Every holy meeting, there will be a saint of ancient wood school. Wu Li learned from his concubine that the contemporary saints are about to cross the catastrophe, and there is no certainty, but they are not reconciled to become a powerful sabotage. And now they are already explaining the funeral. The two of them started the layout at this time, and it was not too late. Until that saint falls, the Gumu sect will take precautions, start the holy meeting, recruit all the powerhouses of the ancient Wood continent, go to the core of the ancient Wood continent, and participate in the holy assembly. It's a pity that the Guma school only has saints, not saints. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang could do it. The two tore off the enchantment, and Yu Qi Mingfeng was finally relieved to see that the two were in peace. Brother Wu Li, I'll say goodbye first. Jian Wushuang hugged his fists, and then a trace of thought power wrapped Xiao Mingwang Wei Qi Mingfeng and left the hall directly toward the space. Feeling Jian Wushuang's departure, Wu Li pondered for a long time. This time he was lucky. Such a great opportunity fell on him. Originally, he himself had hoped to open the Wan Lushinmu, but unfortunately the life force above the jade sword gradually lost, which reduced the probability of success a lot. It's just that he didn't tell Jian Wushuang. Generally, those who open the sacred tree of the willows are the ancient Wood sect powerhouses, and those special life powers are dominated by those people. Ordinary sect, not qualified to get it at all. Hey, I hope I didn't see the wrong person. Wu Li's figure also faintly disappeared. The hall fell into silence. The Wu family matter is not a turmoil, and very few people know it. Not long after Jian Wushuang left, news came out that Wu Li was receiving friends, which was considered to have hidden Jian Wushuang's reincarnation identity. It only took 3 days. Jian Wushuang returned to the peak and formally stepped into the magnificent ancient moon time and space. And just arrived, there was a big chance. Among 10 people, his luck can be said to be top-notch. Other people's luck is not so good. Ancient Wood continent, green grass, 16 kingdoms. Yu country is just one of them, is considered a medium-sized country. It is not the 8-star sect ancient Wood school that governs the 16 kingdoms, but the largest space-time secret realm above the ancient Wood continent. It contains the strongest god-level country, Stone Kingdom. 10,000 years after the reincarnation of the 10 people in the Qishan temple, a peerless arrogant appeared in Shurgua, was born as an immortal. He became an absolute perfection for thousands of years. He was almost invincible at the same level, and was already able to match ordinary robbers. A body of flame power straddling the sky. The phoenix eyes open and the sun rises. Fan Tianfeng is the reincarnation of Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods in the Qishan temple. She and Jian Wushuang were reincarnated to the Gumu continent together, but their backgrounds were very different. Fan Feng's identity after being reincarnated is no less than that of the Temple of Qixin, is the flame Hui of an ancient family with absolute blood. In fact, it has taken 10,000 years to return to its peak, which is normal speed, even a bit slow. But she is completely integrated into the cultivation system of Guyu time and space, which is equivalent to recultivation once, so the speed is so slow. The strength is not improved, but it is very significant. Now her combat power is several times stronger than before her reincarnation. Otherwise, it would not be invincible at the same level in the Stone Country. I am afraid that it is only the Tianjiao of the ancient wood school that can be compared with it. The saintess of ancient wood. Fan Feng's mouth rose up, bathing his body in flames. She is now the descendant of the descendants of the flame god's direct line, the most dense blood, and she has a very high status, and she naturally disdains the position of the saint. Even if she has been practicing in the Stone Country, she can break through and become a catastrophe. In the dojo of the flame gods, Fan Tianfeng had received a voice from the ancestor, asking her to participate in the Gumu Saint meeting 10 years later to compete for the qualifications of the saint. Although a little puzzled, she couldn't refute the ancestor's order. Besides, she came to Guyu time-space just to become stronger, and there is no reason not to go. At the same time, the Tianjiao of the 16 kingdoms almost all received the same order to go to the Gumu sect to participate in the holy meeting, regardless of gender, is not only for the position of the saint, but also because this time the holy meeting will give birth to 4 places. This place is very important to many superpowers. Emperor and Jiejing, there are 4. So this time, not only is the battle between the emperor and the emperor, but also the battle will be personally end. Yu Kingdom, within the 7-star sect Qingyun sect. Jian Wushuang has entered the Azure Cloud sect for thousands of years, but this time is too short for practitioners. So much so that he has been here for so long, and he probably didn't even understand the Azure Cloud sect thoroughly, let alone become the core. Although he is very powerful, he is still an outside deacon and usually handles trivial things. This is still due to the effect of Wu Li's personal recommendation. If there is no recommendation, he might not even be the deacon of the outer door, can only be an errand runner. I have seen it, deacon. On this day, Jian Wushuang went to the Shinji Hall as usual, and all the outer disciples he met respectfully saluted him. Jian Wushuang nodded, slightly without stopping, and went straight to the backyard of the Shinji Hall. This place is the stronghold of Qinjianmin, and sect missions are also issued here. Jian Wushuang needs to come once a year, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. After 10,000 years, he is already familiar with the road. Brother Wushuang, I came here quite early today. In the backyard, there was a side hall. Jian Wushuang heard a familiar cry as soon as he entered it. Jian Wushuang also hurriedly clasped his fists and replied, "Isn't this the elder Mu Chen's longevity? He is kind to me and wants to find a treasure." After he entered the Azure Cloud sect, because of Wu Li's relationship, he went to the sect of Elder Mu Chen. The opponent's strength is not weak. Wu Li and his background in the sect is also very hard. Following each other over the years, I didn't suffer. The main reason is that the elder Mu Chen has a relationship with the royal family of the Yu Kingdom. Wu Li, this is to let him indulge in each other so that he can start the layout. He entered the Azure Cloud sect all these years, almost always to please the Mu Chen elder. It was a coincidence that this elder Mu Chen also valued him very much. Chapter 56-69. When he entered the trial of King Yanzong, he used the capital of the emperor to explode 90,000 times of supernatural power, with amazing potential and not weakening some of the core disciples in the door. Coupled with Wu Li's relationship, he was cultivated as a confidant. Many things within minutes are left to Jian Wushuang. The affairs of Liana's concubine were all handled by Jian Wushuang before and after running. Now that he has a big birthday, Jian Wushuang can't help but fall. If this doesn't follow the message from Wu Li, he will come to the Shinji Hall to give the elder Mu Chin the common flower vine. This thing grows in the territory of Vietnam. It is not rare, but it is a little troublesome to get it. For Jian Wushuang, this is not a problem. 100 flower vine. When heard this name, the person who leaked out of surprise after the case reminded, "Don't blame me for talking. This 100 flower vine is not simple. It is hard to get the strongest person. It is better to buy some ready-made." Jian Wushuang insisted again and again, and the other party didn't have much to say, so he took out some news about buy waiting and handed it over. The news of buy waiting is here. You can read it. In the eyes of the other party, Jian Wushuang also has a background, and emperors who can enter the divine machine hall are also from big families. Nature and Jian Wushuang are treated equally. If they are ordinary deacons with no background, they will make things difficult and get some benefits. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, and after thanking him, he copied a copy of the message in the jade slip and left the Shinji Hall. After leaving the Shenjitang, he went straight to his cave. That is Qingyanzong, an inconspicuous position on the mountainside of Li. On the whole mountain, he is a cave mansion. The power of this place is average, and other deacons don't like it. Jian Wushuang is very satisfied with this place because it is secluded. After entering the cave, he directly opened the forbidden formation, then took out a simple yellow mirror, tapped it lightly, and a figure appeared vaguely on the upper hand side. Brother Wu Li, this time Elder Mu Chen, will go to the king's capital for his birthday. This is a rare opportunity. Jian Wushuang couldn't restrain his excitement, has been planning for 10,000 years, and now the first step is about to take it out. Wu Li's face in the mirror was dark. He was not very concerned about Elder Mu Chen's affairs. He reminded, "Which one of the Gumu sect I have recently lost contact with. Am afraid there will be a big move recently. Be careful." That Mukin sighed. Jian Wushuang said in surprise, "It's been so long. If you give up, wouldn't it be a pity?" Now, he is a little hesitant. Mukin is the prince of the Yu Kingdom, and the contemporary female emperor of the Yu Kingdom is his sister. The most important thing is that today's eldest princess is recruiting horsemen, and that eldest princess is very strong, almost sweeping across the realm of Yu Kingdom Emperor, is the most promising candidate from the Yu country to go to the Gumu sect to fight for the position of the saint. Wu Li and Jian Wushuang were both interested in each other's point, and they went to cheer Mukin. Although the strength of the elder Mukin is average, he has a good younger sister, who is one of the best superpowers in the Yu Kingdom. After all, the current Azure Cloud Gate doesn't even have a real 6 Tribulations realm, only the power of the 6 Tribulations realm. And that eldest princess has no father since childhood. Mu Chun has taken good care of her, and the two of them have a very good relationship. If it weren't for this level of relationship, with Mu Chen's strength, Jian Wushuang would never talk to him. After Wu Li heard it, he groaned for a while, and then said, "Mu Chun will go to the royal capital this birthday. By then, you and I will go together. I have already figured out a countermeasure." After an agreement, the two broke off contact. Everything is under control. Is just a countermeasure. Jian Wushuang did not ask carefully. It is estimated that he can only say it after meeting. But the general strategy, I still can't make it to the table. It didn't hurt to let him go to be a servant, but I heard that the eldest princess had a big waist. He was afraid that he could not eat it. All for the sake of chance, fight it. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and prepared to go to find Baihua Vine. Yuegua Jingshufu. This place is south and there are many mountains and forests. This is not surprising, the ancient wood continent. Chance completely covers the mountains and forests. The civil engineering is vigorous. Baihua vines grow on Baihua Mountain in Sakaishu. Jian Wushuang tore through the void, and in a day's effort, he reached Baihua Mountain. This time he also tried it. This Baihua Mountain is guarded by the flower demon, and among them is the flower demon of the catastrophe level. 100 flowered vines die every day. can be extended by 3 days at most. That's why this place has not been divided by some big forces. The main reason is that the Flower Demon King on the mountain is too strong, rumored to rival the Four Tribulations realm. The Lord of the Universe has come, and everyone has to walk around. It's not that easy to get it, and it withers every day. With bad luck, the vines withered, and people didn't get out of Baihua Mountain. Baihua Mountain, divided into 6 floors. The lower 3 levels are okay. There are very few flower monsters at the tribulation level. Can go up to 3 floors. Almost all of them are flower monsters. As for the vines, it is not the only treasure on the mountain. Jian Wushuang needs to reach the 4th floor to be able to search for 100 flower vine. If you want to calculate the exact time, you need to enter the 5th floor. It is 1 month before Mukin's birthday. He needs to sneak into the 4th floor and wait in secret. When the time is almost the same, he will go to the 5th floor. If you find Baihua Vine, you have to leave as soon as possible and arrive at the capital at the first dry time. Fortunately, it's not far from the royal capital here. The peak speed can be reached in 1 hour. The only change is going down the mountain. On the flower vine, the flower demon resides. Once stolen, it will definitely attract the flower demon to chase and kill. I want to go down the mountain in 1 day. Even Jian Wushuang is not too sure. After all, this is the place of the flower demon. If it is a single 3 tribulation realm flower fairy, he has the ability to get rid of it. There are still many flower monsters in the 3 tribulations realm on the 5th floor. Even the Flower Demon King would go to the 5th floor from time to time. If I meet that one, it's over. For a short time, I can't get out of it. Is really not good. He can only use the life force. These flower monsters should not understand the special life force. Of course, he was also afraid that other practitioners would see it here. Now that he also has a general understanding of Guyu time and space, Wu Li was able to see the special life force from the Jueyun sword. Is because Wu Li originally had a jade sword. Others may not be able to see it. This old thing, how can it be a bite? Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. He is very passive now. 100 flower vine is actually nothing special. It can enhance divine power and can also be used to refine divine pills, but these can also be done after withering. The most precious thing about fresh vines is that they can nurture their original supernatural power. Has a pure source of vegetation within it, which can make the divine power extremely strong. Divine power has different origins. If you want to maintain a strong divine power, you need not only the secret method and the realm, but more importantly, the nourishment of the treasures. Chapter 5670. Jian Wushuang feels the same way. His divine body was smashed out by treasures. Although Guyu time and space has a perfect divine body cultivation method, it is not much worse than the original cultivation method, and it is very difficult. Or treasures are promoted faster, like Jian Wushuang. When he used Dongzhen's skeleton to raise the divine body, it has been raised tens of thousands of times in just a few hundred years. If in Guyu time and space, it would take several epochs to cultivate the top-level divine body flow cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's mouth raised. When he left the Temple of Qixin, the true spirit gave him Dongzhen's skeleton. In these 10,000 years, his basic divine body has risen to more than 90,000 times, and is about to reach 100,000 times the Emperor's consummation. In the Temple of Qixin, the Emperor was 80,000 times complete. But Guyu time and space are different, because it is the reason of the divine power the Emperor can increase the divine power to 100,000 times, and achieve the tribulation realm with a perfect posture. Jian Wushuang is now very close to 100,000 times of supernatural power. Once the basic divine power reaches 100,000 times, he will use 3 times the power of the beast god. At that time, he can only use the divine power to give the power of the 3 tribulations realm. Dongkun's skeleton, if it were not for the restriction of the true spirit, he would have liked to swallow it all. It's a pity he is just an emperor now. The prohibition above requires him to reach 100,000 times before it can be unlocked. The true spirit was afraid that he would take the skeleton apart and sell it, so he put down the ban when he was worried. This can only be said that the opponent's pattern is small. In the Temple of Chishin, the Emperor's supernatural power reaches 80,000 times. Is different here. 100,000 times is not perfect. He has the bones of Dongjun and can go farther. At that time, Dongzhen's skeleton was torn down and devoured one by one. After became the Tribulation Realm, he didn't need to worry about improving his divine power. Just go to Guyu time and space to pick up the treasures that enhance the origin. Divine power is the main force, and the source is supplemented. The treasures of the origin are naturally inferior to the treasures of divine power, but he is the main source, supplemented by divine power, can make a formidable price difference. All the sacred treasures obtained at that time will be exchanged for the original treasures. The chance is right in front of you. Jian Wushuang's figure continued to shuttle, and he had entered Baihua Mountain, and the chance is indeed right in front of him. Being able to enter the ancient moon time and space is the greatest opportunity. After entering the first level, Jian Wushuang didn't stay much longer, hiding his figure and relying on the realm of space, and those flower monsters at the Emperor level couldn't see him at all. It was easy to enter for the second time. Was also the second time he met a lot of practitioners. Are just these practitioners who have been addicted to it. On the first 3 floors of Baihua Mountain, there are countless flower demon beauties, and these practitioners are already addicted to them. This is also the first 3 floors of Baihua Mountain, the most distinctive treasure. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing, said that the beauty of the world is true, but it is also more like on the earth. Wiped out the heart of the strong. Here, you can't stay for a long time. Jian Wushuang increased his speed and passed directly through the first 3 floors to the 4th floor. After reaching the 4th floor, he calmed down a lot. There are almost no practitioners in sight, and the flower demon here is also bursting, far from the charming feeling of the first 3 floors. Jian Wushuang also saw the reason. These flower monsters devour the divine power in the practitioner's body and improve their strength. Is a shortcut, but it also has backlash. After became a robbery, his personality was also perverse and violent. Jian Wushuang is very interested in the devouring power in their bodies and being able to swallow the divine power. This is very similar to him. He can also swallow it. At the beginning, he swallowed the opponent's divine body and then transformed into divine power, only later discovered that there would be a backlash in this and never did it again. At most, after taking the opponent's divine body, it is refined into pure divine power and swallowed. It's just a bit troublesome. It is better to go directly to find the treasure of the gods and swallow it. Now that he saw these flower demon empresses, he started this attention again. I want to take the opportunity to study it. Guyu time and space, but divine power dominates. If he can improve the backlash in the swallowing, the entire Guyu time and space will become his back garden. It's a pity how simple it is. I really want to do that. I'm afraid he is walking the path of extinction. If the death of life swallows the power of life, it will achieve consummation. The entire time and space will be transformed into a reincarnation field. Achieve the reincarnation dojo of extinction. Although it is also an invincible road, Jian Wushuang's absolute road is not suitable for him. Even in the future, kill and die. Swallowed the power of death, and he would not use the power of reincarnation to achieve invincibility. Instead, continue to walk your own way. Origin time and space is the right way in the starry sky. Although Guyu time and space are strong, it is also the route of divine power that can be taken. Break through 10,000 laws with one force. Although domineering but too difficult, assistant is okay. Time and space are the only ones. Is it more enjoyable to travel through time and space? And he is more suitable to take the time and space route because of the extreme way. After observing for a long time, Jian Wushuang could not understand the devouring power of these flower monsters. It's right to think about it. The original extinction to open a new route. I don't know how long it took. How could he succeed so easily? Jian Wushuang hidden on the 4th floor, transformed into a piece of rubble, hiding in a stream. Time is fast. 1 month but a sigh. On this day, Jian Wushuang turned into a stone, following the stream, when he was about to go to the 5th floor, but he felt a wave of divine power. Yep. Is it the movement from the 5th floor? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Okanshu, calm, he didn't expect to be so lucky this time. There are people fighting on the 5th floor, which will help him attract a lot of flower monsters, and he can just take the opportunity to collect 100 flower vine. This is a great opportunity. He will naturally not let it go. Jian Wushuang turned into the main body directly, broke the space with his hand, and directly entered the 5th floor. The scene in front of me is full of flowers, is exactly midnight, is just a piece of peace. But the divine power fluctuates, but it is getting bigger and bigger. The breath of more than one person has at least 3 tribulation realms. Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless. Nianli carefully explored and began to search for 100 flower vine. Fortunately, the 5th floor is not big. His thought power can cover 1/10, and further expansion will risk exposure. Although Jian Wushuang is in a hurry, he has not messed up his position. It was just a stick of incense, and I found a piece of vines in the southeast direction, and it seems that there are 400 flower demon seeds above it. Is far beyond the average Baihua vine. It is rumored that on the 6th floor there is 1,000 flower vines. I don't know if it is true or not. No one knows. At first, an unbeliever of the 5 tribulations realm emperor went to check, but finally left in a dingy manner. This place is the flower demon's lair. If it is on the 6th floor, the 5 tribulations realm will not take advantage. Cayenne waiting Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think more. He was very satisfied with the 400 flowered vine in front of him. This thing, if it is taken out. Birthday wishes to Mu Qin, more than enough. Chapter 5671. Jian Wushuang slowly touched it, and there were only 10-second tribulation flower monsters nearby, and none of the 3 tribulation flower monsters. It was a godsend opportunity. Took this vine, he could leave instantly. There are still 10 hours before the dinner arranged by Mu Qin. He has enough time. By Hua Mountain, the 5th floor. Young master, I have contained a large number of flower monsters, so I can do it. An old man in a green shirt. His supernatural power is extremely violent. One person dragged the flower demon at the level of several tribulation realms. Behind him, there are 2 tribulation realm powerhouses. Their strength is not weak. At least they are all 3 tribulation realm powerhouses. Are just these 3 tribulation realm powerhouses, not the master of the universe, is the strong man who disperses the robbery. Senjia compared with the real tribulation realm. The difference is the dojo. Cut off his own way, and the universe of the dojo naturally collapsed. And the old man in the blue shirt is a real master of the universe, and his strength is several times stronger than those of the 2 dispersion realms. One person controls a large number of flower monsters. There are also several flower monsters in the 3 tribulations realm. In a hidden bush, a girl wearing a light blue skirt has sharp ears and a pair of bright green eyes, which looks very strange. After hearing the old man's voice transmission, the divine power in his body did not explode, but the speed was abnormally fast. A few of the 3 people who escaped from the siege of the flower demon went straight towards the 400 flower vines. It's just that she doesn't know yet. Someone has already made the first step. Yep. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, feeling a very weak force approaching without threat. But that kind of power is very special. He didn't dare to be careless. After carefully harvesting the vines, he disappeared and prepared to leave. Those flower monsters couldn't find him at all. However, after the Baihua vine was stolen, many flower monsters turned their eyes and made sharp noises, which were extremely ear-piercing. Jian Wushuang's figure slowly appeared under the sound waves. Do they still have this ability? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. The rhythm is one. He learned about it in Main Mountain. At the moment when his figure was exposed, he was not disguising and directly exploded with nearly 100,000 times the basic divine power and left violently. The strange girl who rushed from below found that a mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared. She was shocked and then thought of the mystery. When she turned her head and looked at the vine, her face sank, her small mouth puffed up. Elder Feng, 100-flower vine was taken away by other strong people. You quickly go to the 4th floor and stop this person. The long-planned thing was taken away by others, and the girl was very angry. It's a pity that she is not yet in the robbery realm. Otherwise she has to go up and slaughter the opponent. But the next moment, when he discovered that the mysterious power was fluctuating, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The supernatural power is less than 100,000 times. The girl leaped into the sky. Her power exploded. Although she was not in the tribulation realm, she possessed more than 100,000 times the divine power. When she stood up and broke the strange treasure, her divine power could be increased to about 120,000. Jian Wushuang, who was about to leave just now, saw the girl who was in front of him and was a little surprised that the other party, an emperor, could be so strong. Of course, it was just an exclamation. Should be the arrogant of a big family. Otherwise he would not come to the 5th floor of Baihua Mountain. Presumably, the other party also came for 100-flower vine. Just got the treasure in his hand, wanting to take it away again. It's not that easy. Jian Wushuang proudly said indifferently, Little girl, I advise you to get out. Now he has no time to conflict with these people. Take the chance of this, lady, and let me go. You are so bold. The girl akimbo her hips, staring at Jian Wushuang. She didn't mean to let go. Instead, she was ready to take Jian Wushuang. Although she is an emperor, her strength is comparable to that of an ordinary tribulation realm. In her opinion, Jian Wushuang is just a most common calamity realm, and his divine power has not reached 100,000 times. Is not her opponent at all. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his arm and clenched his fist slightly. Only then did he understand. He is regarded as a soft persimmon, a little emperor. Even if it can be comparable to the tribulation realm, it is not worth mentioning in front of him. Then do it! Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fist and yelled. His divine power suddenly skyrocketed. The powerful divine power, the airflow brought directly overturned countless vegetation around. The supernatural power has also risen from nearly 100,000 times to 130,000 in an instant. The quirky girl exclaimed, You are small, but you didn't expect your divine power to be 130,000. But this strength is not enough. After finishing speaking, he dared to take the lead. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that the other party would be so confident. He had only 120,000 supernatural powers, but he dared to fight him. When the girl rushed in, Jian Wushuang's deity had already left, leaving only an afterimage. One shot was defeated, and the girl hurriedly turned her head, trying to find the whereabouts of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, an old fried dough stick with extremely rich combat experience. How could it be so simple? The moment the girl turned her head, he appeared on the other's head, crossed his hands and 10 fingers, and shot the girl down from the air with a heavy punch. Then, relying on a fast speed, he returned to the ground in an instant. Before the girl fell, the power of all things condensed with one hand was injected into the divine body, directly erupting a force of more than 150,000 times of divine power. This force formed a beam of light and rushed straight into the sky. That girl, even if she does not die, she will be seriously injured. The time for the fight was just an instant, and Jian Wushuang made it in one go. I told you to get out of here. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought that he had already solved the opponent, but when he just turned around to leave, he felt that there was a powerful force behind him that was rising. That power burst into fiery flames. Jian Wushuang raised his brows, and when he slowly turned his head, the firelight shone on half of his face. Behind him, a huge root of grass and trees appeared, and it was still rising. This scene instantly attracted the attention of those flower monsters. Was originally besieging the 3 robbery realm powerhouses. But now, when they saw this scene, they all came crazy. And in this scene, even the flower demon on the 6th floor was alarmed. The old man in the green shirt changed his complexion drastically and said tremblingly, "The young master open the restriction and quickly go to help. Otherwise the power of backlash will swallow the young master. Manager, let's notify the palace first. In case of an accident, you and I can't afford it." The old man in the green shirt gritted his teeth. This time he ran out with the girl, secretly. If he asks for help, he might also be punished. But if I don't ask for help now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. When there are some accidents, they can't afford it. After hesitating for a while, the manager of Qingshan finally nodded in agreement. Pass the news here back to a certain palace in the Yu Kingdom, and then the 3 of them rushed in the direction of the girl's eruption. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 5672. At this time, Jian Wushuang realized that the flower monsters had surrounded him, and it was impossible to get out. And that mysterious girl suddenly broke out, "I am afraid it is anxious, and he can't get away even more." If he knew he had gone to find other Baihua vines, encountered such a tricky thing now. It's not that he is afraid, but that it is troublesome. But this place is completely closed, which is good for him. He can boldly display his strength, and he is not afraid of being peeped. In the flames, the green aura on the girl's body turned into a fiery red. Her eyes were like bells, and she was angry all over. Behind her, there was a towering koala in the shape of a ball. "You angered me," the girl pointed out. S divine power exploded again from 120,000 times, directly soaring to 150,000. Jian Wushuang shocked. 150,000 times the divine body has reached the level of the 2nd tribulation realm. The opponent, an emperor, could be so powerful. With this strength, among the 10 people in the Temple of Forbidding God, I'm afraid that Hui Qing has the same combat power with him. Guyu time and space, not losing, is one of the 9 core long rivers. More domestically, if you encounter a Tianjiao, you will have such strength. Unfortunately, the other party made the wrong person. You, an emperor, can have such strength, very good, but unfortunately not enough. Jian Wushuang breathed out. This time he didn't plan to leave in a hurry. Anyway, there is still more than half a day to play with each other. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the girl's expression changed drastically, and she did not dare to say, "Can you see that I am the emperor?" Her status is extremely noble. She has the treasure of the family inheritance and can conceal her realm. Back then, the ancestors said that unless she is a powerful person in the 5 tribulations realm, she can't see her realm at all. Could it be that the opponent was disguised by an old monster in the 5 tribulations realm? Thinking of this, the girl was a little scared. Jian Wushuang saw the other's expression and knew that he had said something wrong again. He is a practitioner of the origin of time and space, and he can see the realm of the opponent, which is very easy for him. Can be ancient moon time and space, but it is based on divine power. Ahem, the eye of this seat, looking at you as a little girl. Can you still not see through? Jian Wushuang pretended to be profound. Also raised his eyes to look at the huge koala. The other party's body has an aura that exceeds 150,000 times of supernatural power. Is a difficult guy, and the flower demon has gathered. He wanted to leave this time, so he couldn't leave, he could only fight. Looking at the girl, Jian Wushuang was also a little at a loss when he didn't make a move. Both have scruples for each other, but those flower monsters have no scruples. Has come close. Jian Wushuang could only deal with those flower monsters first. countless vines attacked, and Jian Wushuang instantly floated several starry sky sword auras. This power is completely different from the power of Guyu time and space. When the girl felt that power, her eyebrows flashed, a terrifying power that oppressed her to make her dare not move. Also believes that Jian Wushuang is definitely an old monster from the bottom of my heart. Jian Wushuang did not know what the other party thought. Faced with so many flower monsters, Jian Wushuang could only use the starry sky sword intent to quickly clear it away. At the same time, he also started to walk towards the entrance of the 4th floor. The 3 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, who came from a distance, were relieved when they found that their young master was fine. "Miss, I have sent a message to the palace, and within an hour there will be strong people coming," Qingshan Chief said respectfully. The girl put away the secret method of prohibition, and the koala slowly disappeared. No matter how many people are called, it is useless. The mysterious strong man should be an old monster in the 5 Tribulations. Hearing the 5 Tribulations realm, the 3 of them were all taken aback, and the cold sweat from their backs broke out. The Tribulation realm, 9 Tribulations. The first 3 Tribulations can only be regarded as the first entry, and only when the 3 Tribulations have mastered the cosmos can they be regarded as the master of the universe and enter the ranks of the strong. Then there is the 4 Tribulations realm. The Calamity realm to this point is the most. It's not that easy to reach the 5 Tribulations realm. In Yu Country, and even the entire Gumo continent, 5 Tribulation realm powerhouses, almost all of them are influential figures, because the master of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm is almost never born. He is the leader of a party. The Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm is the person who disturbs the situation of one party. As for the sabotage powerhouse, even the sabotage powerhouse in the 6 Tribulations realm is ultimately sabotage, without any improvement, and the strength is still declining. Can only fall asleep to maintain peak state. The more powerful the sabotage powerhouse, the greater the consumption. Like the 7-star sect Qinyan sect, there is a 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse, and he has existed for endless years. But in these endless years, a total of 3 awakened. Every time my strength drops a lot, there is generally nothing important, and it will not recover at all. There are only 8 calamities in the realm of scattered robbers, and you can't see it at all. The 8 Tribulations realm ancestor of the ancient wood sect has never appeared at all, and there are very few records. As for the Lord of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm, and even the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, that would be even rarer. This kind of character is the real superpower in this time and space. There are some 8-star, desolate 8-star sects, and there is no even the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulation realm. It is also precisely because of those who have scattered the robbery powerhouse, the 8-star sect, which exists almost eternally and has never been destroyed. Guyu time and space, 19 8-star sects, have all existed for endless years. No one knows how many scattered robbers are there in the 8-star Zongmen, the 5 Tribulations realm. The other party may also be Sanjia. The Qingshan general manager comforted. Even the Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm, I have to give me more face. The girl shook her head unexpectedly and said, "After all, she is a powerful person in the 5 Tribulations realm. It's better to not provoke or not to provoke." Then now. "Let's go. Just a piece of vines. Even if it doesn't matter. I have other gifts to prepare." The girl completely gave up facing Jian Wushuang. And now Jian Wushuang slaughtered those flower monsters wantonly. She just took the opportunity to leave. The 3 Tribulation realm powerhouses also nodded one after another. Can walk is the best. Boom! For some reason, those flower monsters only besieged Jian Wushuang and ignored the mysterious girl and the group. This makes Jian Wushuang particularly annoyed. Starry Sky sword intent. Although he can use it at will, it's just the sword intent in the Starry Sky catalog. Even if the 5th floor is slaughtered, it doesn't matter. But he doesn't have that time now. Jian Wushuang was also relieved to discover that the mysterious girl and the group had slipped away quietly. He was afraid that the other party would be anxious and shot him. At that time, the enemy will be defeated. Forget it. Let's improve your divine body. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. S figure plunged into a black hole, and a secret realm appeared behind him. The flower monsters who were slaughtered by him all fell into his cosmic secret realm. The violent divine power, transformed, is pure divine power. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version, reading URL. Chapter 5673. It's a pity that I extract too little. Just a few hundred times the divine power. This bit of supernatural power he could still see before. Now he has Dong Zhen's bones, and he doesn't like it anymore. Using Jian Qi again, after strangling dozens of flower monsters. Jian Wushuang was about to leave, but the next moment the ground began to tremble, and an earth-shattering breath radiated from above. Jian Wushuang frowned, and this breath was probably from the Flower Demon King, the breath of the 4 Tribulations realm. Although the opponent is a sage, the 4 Tribulation realms Sanjiki powerhouse does not consume much. With this natural dojo, it can quickly recover even if it consumes a lot of money. Is a difficult character. No wonder even the 5 Tribulations realm hadn't been offered for a favor. But he doesn't want to conflict with each other. It's better to leave as soon as possible. The entrance of the 4th floor was right in front of him. Jian Wushuang slid into the hole directly. A large group of flower monsters rushed into the air and then rushed towards the hole on the 4th floor. But at this time a voice came from the air. Let him go! The voice of the Flower Demon King is an absolute command. Even those flower monsters became extremely violent because they swallowed the monk's supernatural power and calmed down. The Flower Demon King descended from the sky, and thousands of flowers bloomed behind him. After came to the ground, he felt the power of the starry sky, and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Starry sky strong? It seems that my plan is going ahead. The Flower Demon King dispelled the Flower Demon Queen and returned to the 6th floor of Baihua Mountain. As for her plan, it really has something to do with Jian Wushuang. Can't say that it has something to do with Jian Wushuang alone, but it has something to do with the whole ancient Wood Continent. The Gumusek's holy meeting will be held soon. The 4 places and the position of the saint will all be born. Everyone is staring. Now the Flower Demon King, who sees countless stars as strong stars, is aware of the difficulty of the quota. I don't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang today is not so easy to leave. After reaching the 4th floor, it was very easy. Jian Wushuang also no longer concealed his figure, but directly exploded with divine power and rushed out with all his strength. Along the way, although there was a flower demon in the 2nd Tribulation realm, it did not hinder him. This surprised Jian Wushuang, but it was best. After leaving the 4th floor, he directly tore through the space of Baihua Mountain, leaving Baihua Mountain in the turbulence of time and space. When appeared again, he had already reached the outside state capital. Finally out. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, and then returned to his original appearance, suppressing his strength to the ordinary tribulation realm, and the aura on his body was also completely divine. At the same time, when Jian Wushuang appeared, a group of mysterious girls passed by. Jian Wushuang recognized the other party, but now he has changed his appearance and breath, and the other party can't recognize him. Amidst the luxurious immortality, the mysterious girl felt a breath of emperor, but she ignored it. Miss, this person is the deacon of King Yanzong. The old man in Qingshan naturally also saw Jian Wushuang, and recognized Jian Wushuang's identity from the other's clothes. Mysterious girl calmly said, "Don't worry about it. Go back to the capital first." Yes. Ignoring Jian Wushuang, this group of people left straight away. Jian Wushuang waited for the opponent to leave before starting to leave. It seems that it should be the prince of a certain family in the capital, but I don't know who it is. Jian Wushuang did not tell Wu Li of this. The emperor possesses the combat power of the second tribulation realm, so the identity of the opponent is not simple. It's better not to provoke me. Let's cooperate honestly with Wu Li and plan the Avanlu. It takes at least 3 hours to travel from Jingzhou to the capital. Of course, if Jian Wushuang is in his peak state, he can get there with a stick of incense, but it is not necessary. It's only noon, and the dinner is in the evening. There are still several hours, and the Baihua vine, it took less than 3 hours to pick it. Before the first dead, it happened to be the banquet of Elder Mu Qin. As long as the relationship with Mu Qin is established, he can get into the core. Will be eligible to go to the ancient with school at that time. Otherwise, like him, a strong man without a name and no surname. Even with Wu Li's recommendation, it would be very troublesome to enter the Guma sect. Even in the Guyu time and space, he is also particular about one origin. That's why he clings to each other. Even if he pinched his nose and went to fetch the eldest princess, he was willing. For the temple of Qishan, this time he has lost his blood. Dong Kun's skeleton, he didn't take it for nothing. The capital of the King of Vietnam, located on a fairly flat crust, is extremely magnificent, is the core of the Yu Kingdom, and its prosperity is even more majestic than the Qingyun city under the Qingyun sect. This also depends on the strength of the female emperor of Yu Kingdom. The Lord of the Universe at the pinnacle of the 5 tribulations is rumored to be a super powerhouse who has the hope of successfully transcending the tribulation. And among the royal family, there are also the ancestors of the scattered robbers in the 7 tribulations realm. The background is not bad, King Yanzong. The current Azure Cloud sect, the surviving power is not considered strong. S reputation in the ancient Wood continent has fallen to the bottom. There is not even a master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. Only the master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm supports the facade. Therefore, Wu Lizhong's plan is to let him cling to the Yu royal family, not the King Yanzong high level. After entering the royal capital, he directly contacted Wu Li. Because it was still almost time, the two of them first went to a residence of the Wu family in the royal capital to settle down, and when it was dark, they went to the Mukin Palace. Mukin, titled Muang, is one of the 8 kings of Vietnam, is also the only one in the 3 tribulations realm among 80,000, and he is also the Lord of the Universe, has a high status in the royal family. Only the female emperor of Yu Kingdom is stronger than him in the present age. Therefore, his big birthday will inevitably attract strong people from all sides, and it is rumored that even the empress will come in person. Wu Li also went with him. Naturally, after all, he was the ancestor of one of the top 10 families and a good friend of Mu Qin. The strength is even half a step in the 4 tribulation realm. Jian Wushuang, but later heard of some things about Wu Li this old guy hid deeply, and his name in Yu country is also very big. Otherwise, the Wu family would also be unstable. The top 10 families. Brother Wushuang, you really spent a lot of money this time. You actually got the 100-flower vine, which seems to have just been picked. Wu Li looked at the 100-flower vine in the wooden box with hot eyes. Originally, he also prepared a birthday gift for Jian Wushuang to Mu Qin, but now it seems unnecessary. Jian Wushuang picked up the tea, savored it carefully, and said calmly, "It's nothing without a little effort. The other party may not really value me that much." Although his strength is good, there are still many top students and disciples under Mu Qin. After Wu Li returned the wooden box containing the 100-flower vine to Jian Wushuang, he was amazed at Jian Wushuang's strength in his heart. Can get such top vines, at least to go to the 5th floor. Whereas the flower monster, the strength is not weak. Even if he went there, he was out of luck, and he wouldn't be able to get such a treasure. And I have to pick time and then return. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version, reading URL. Chapter 5674. Jian Wushuang's strength is not inferior to him, maybe even stronger than him. He also felt more and more that it was a wise move to choose Jian Wushuang to cooperate in the first place. At the same time, he was extremely curious. Jian Wushuang was so powerful, he was only an emperor. Identity is definitely not simple, is not the children of those horror families, or the inheritance of a certain 8-star sect. And it is still the most powerful Tianjiao, not one of them. Emperor, there are many who can match the 3 tribulations realm, but the emperor who can defeat the 3 tribulations realm is very rare. In today's era, I'm afraid there are not many. Even that great priest is probably not as powerful as Jian Wushuang. He thought if Jian Wushuang reveals his strength, I am afraid that Gumu faction will rush to ask for it. Just in this way, he will definitely track down Jian Wushuang's details. Wu Li also had a guess in his heart. It should be that Jian Wushuang was unwilling to reveal his identity in his previous life, or because his identity in his previous life was more sensitive. His news is very well informed, the Emperor of 9 heavens and 10 places. He has collected information during this period of time, and there is no one that has anything to do with Jian Wushuang. In the last 10,000 years, I have never heard of that emperor's fall, although there are some doubts, but now the two are in a cooperative relationship. Naturally, they will not ask too much. After chatting for a while, Wu Li took Jian Wushuang out of the mansion and headed to the Muang mansion. Just outside the Muangfu, a shout came from a distance. Brother Wu Li. Looking along the voice, a strong man with a dragon head and an iron tower walked over. When Jian Wushuang saw the opponent, his eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was a little shocked. Is not because of the opponent's strength, but a familiar sense of oppression. That kind of oppression, he felt it in Broly. I didn't expect to be able to encounter this kind of breath here. Broly is the superpower of Change Dao. Is it possible that the opponent is also Change Dao? Is also unlikely. This is the time and space dominated by divine power. Besides, that sense of oppression is related to the divine power radiated by the opponent. After seeing the other party, Wu Li also leaked a smile and hurriedly stepped forward and said politely, Brother Pound, I haven't seen him for a long time, and his strength has improved again. Haha, recently I went to Shergul with the Scorpion Wives, but received a lot of goods. Pound is very outspoken, without any concealment. This caused Jian Wushuang to have a good impression of the burly man in front of him, has become a powerhouse in the robbery realm, and the character is still good, but it is not uncommon. In other words, he has never seen him except Huiqing. This is the second place. Pound also noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze, stared at him, and said, Brother Wu Li, who is this kid? My nephew. Wu Li beckoned, introduced Jian Wushuang over, and then said, A few days ago I couldn't hang around in Outland. Come to join me. Now I have an errand in Qingyanzong. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless, and Wu Li took advantage of it for nothing. But at the beginning his identity was just a friend of Wu Li. Now that it has changed, I am afraid the relationship between the two is unusual. In this way, it also seems that his identity becomes more three-dimensional. After all, the identity of a friend is not exact. Jian Wushuang is an emperor. How can he be a good friend? Can only be said to be a relative. Outland. After Pound heard about Outland, he became very interested in Jian Wushuang and exclaimed, It is not easy for an emperor to stay in Outland, and you see that I am so indifferent I must be strong. It's almost where to go. How can you go to the Qingyanzong where the birds don't shit? Jian Wushuang heard a wry smile and didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Wu Li was more sleek and quickly said, Hey, I was chased and killed in Outland, injured, and no treasures to recover, so I can only come to me in a desperate way. If this is the case, when the injury recovers, it's better to follow me to Shergua, where is the place where you emperors roam. Pound nodded, and he could see Jian Wushuang, so he would say this. Jian Wushuang could only smile awkwardly and went over it in a perfunctory manner. Upon seeing this, Wu Li turned off the subject and said, Hurry in, but today is for Brother Mu Qin to wish his birthday. Now the time is almost up, and many people have already entered the palace. The three also walk towards the palace. Outside the Muangfu, it is extremely lively. A lot of desolate beasts and immortals exuding the aura of robbery landed on both sides. There are a lot of great powers in the robbery realm. Is a rare event in Vietnam. A lot of experts from the Three Tribulations realm came. The Three Tribulations realm is also regarded as the top powerhouse in the U Kingdom, and even the Four Tribulations realm powerhouses have come. Is the elder of King Yanzong, Elder Mukin, went out to greet him directly. Wu, Li, and others waited naturally and interestingly. After the super powerhouse of the Four Tribulations realm entered the mansion, Elder Muchin saw Wu Li and Pound walking along with smiles. Brother Wu, Li, Brother Pound. Elder Muchin hurriedly walked over and chatted with the two. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he also nodded. Then, I'll go in first. Okay, be sure to drink 2 more glasses later. The relationship between the three is very good. Wu Li is the ancestor of the Wu family, and Pang Da is also the leader of the Pang family of the top 10 families in Vietnam. When he was young, he was the same generation as Mu Chin. After entering the palace, someone led them into the banquet hall. The layout here is very grand, even more magnificent than when it was a concubine. After the three of them entered, because Jian Wushuang's identity was just an emperor, naturally he couldn't sit in a high position with the two of them. We'll also separate first. Jian Wushuang, under the guidance of his servant, walked to a relatively backward position, stopped in front of a beautiful note. After the case of, there is a futon with Jian Wushuang's name written on it. Jian Wushuang thanked the servant and sat down. All the emperors sitting near him, there are not many acquaintances. So they didn't go to talk, but used the power of mind to eavesdrop on the conversations in the robbery realm above. In this way, I learned a little more about Gumu continent. Also noticed some emperors who could sit on an equal footing with the robbery realm. Each are the emperors of the Yu Kingdom. The combat power is comparable to the Tribulation realm, and the divine power has reached about 100,000 times. Belongs to the emperor with perfect power. This kind of character, that thrown into the temple of Qishan, can make the true spirit cultivate like a treasure, is just the arrogant of a country in the ancient Wood continent. Not to mention looking at the entire ancient Wood continent. Even if you go to the strongest country, these people in Shirgua are not ranked. Although he didn't have a deep understanding of Gumu continent these years, he still knew a lot about one-sided things. Today's 8-star Zongmin Guma sect is somewhat similar to the Kinjianmin of Yu Kingdom, belong to the low period. In terms of the existing strength, the Guma school is not as good as the Stone Country, because there is a flame in the Stone Country, whose strength is terrifying. Chapter 5675 is equivalent to the ancestor of the Guma school. In the contemporary Stone Country, there have been several cosmic masters of the 6 Tribulations realm, and there is also a cosmic master of the 7 Tribulations realm. On this point, Guma school cannot compare. The ancient Wood sect saints of this generation are only in the 6 Tribulations realm, and they are about to cross the tribulation, and there is a high probability that they will also fail. At that time, morale will decrease again. Really want to be like this. In fact, it is also very beneficial to Jian Wushuang. His plan with Wu Li is the sacred tree of Wanlu. The weaker the Gumu faction, the greater the chance for them both. Wanlu Shinmu is not exclusively owned by the Guma sect, but most of it is occupied by the opponent. It is impossible to open it quietly. The two of them did not have the strength of the original Lord of Hongmu. Can only approach the ancient Wood school first, and then find a way to open the Wanlu Shinmu. According to the news that Jian Wushuang has heard over the years, many practitioners have entered the Wanlu Shinmu, but apart from the disciples of the Guma school, there are very few. It's better to enter the Gumu sect first, and then open the Wanlu Shinmu. It depends on today's performance. Yu Kingdom has a place to participate in the holy meeting. If you want this place, you need not only your strength, but also your connections. Wu Li's network is very strong, but not enough. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about how to get a quota, a loud shout came from outside the door. Your Majesty Fengqian is here to congratulate. Sure enough, the majestic empress came. Jian Wushuang also put away his thoughts, and even put his thought power into his body, not daring to expose it. Also stared at the threshold, wanting to see the honor of the empress. The voice just fell. The first to cross the threshold were two thin old men, dressed in luxurious and introverted auras, but they could still make people feel that the aura of these two people is not simple. 4. Tribulation Realm Powerhouse is just a monk of Sanjia, but even so, this pomp is big enough. After the two entered, they stood on both sides of the threshold. Then came a cold and delicate face. His eyes are like a knife, and his thin lips are like a blade. Wearing a golden dragon robe, the 5-claw golden dragon embroidered on the top is lifelike. When she entered the banquet hall, she heard the sound of the dragon faintly. At this time, whether it is the powerhouse of the robbery realm or the emperor, one after another got up. Everyone bowed their heads to see you. Lang Yan Emperor, his complexion remained unchanged. He calmly took the main seat and took his seat calmly. Flat body. After hearing these words, everyone dared to straighten up. Jian Wushuang can feel the extraordinary in the other party, the Lord of the Universe in the 5 Tribulations realm, that is not just talking. Although he had been in close contact with the powerhouse of the 6 Tribulations realm back then, it felt different to him. When he helped Fuego, he was his own person after all. He was very kind to him and deliberately suppressed his breath. But this empress is different. Her breath comes directly from the sky, is different for everyone. For the robbery realm, it is a shock. For the emperor, it was shocking. After everyone's recollection, Elder Mu Chen got up from the second position, first said a lot of useless words, and then to his own sister, the female emperor view. After bragging about it, the banquet was completely opened. This banquet is actually very boring. It is nothing more than a group of old friends taking this opportunity to gather together. Maybe there is some chance, when the time comes, they will meet to go out together. But there is another highlight in the early stage. That is the birthday gift. From low to high, one by one, they stepped forward to pray for Mücken's birthday. Can also see all kinds of treasures. As soon as the banquet started, someone took the initiative to step forward. Junior, the 4th protector of Mingjiao, give a birthday greeting to Senior Mu Qin and offer a 9-leaf fan. After speaking, he took out the treasure and took it over. Mücken smiled. His mouth was polite, but his hands were not polite. With a wink, he asked the servant beside him to collect the treasure, then nodded and said a few polite words to the protector of Mingjiao. The Mingjiao protector was also very acquainted. He didn't miss the time, and he returned to his position after a few words. Those who can offer gifts are not the Tianjiao among the emperors, or the powerhouse of the robbery realm, has a respect and order. In fact, this is arranged in order according to the weight of the treasures. Of course, the more powerful the treasures, the more precious they are. No, Jian Wushuang has received Wu Li's transmission. He will follow Wu Li to present gifts together. An emperor, together with an emperor of the 3 Tribulations realm, came forward to offer gifts. This is a rare thing. Even the young patriarchs of some big families do not have this qualification. Wu Li also wanted Mu Qin to attach importance to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had no objection to Wu Li's arrangement. He was thinking about the value of the treasure he sent. Just now there was a disciple of the King Yanzong inheritance, and the treasure he sent was worth 200,000 universe crystals. Secretly marveled in my heart, this strong man in Guyu time and space is really rich. In the temple of Qixin, it is very difficult to get tens of thousands of universe crystals. As a result, in Guyu time and space, these emperors and arrogances were hundreds of thousands at hand. The universe crystal on his body now is only a few 100,000. Is too poor. At the beginning, he also exchanged a lot of universe crystals in advance. Now it seems that he thinks too much. In Guyu time and space, it is much easier to obtain the universe crystal than in the Chishan temple. But some of his treasures, even in Guyu time and space, are incalculable, such as the treasure of time and space Guantian chessboard. There are also beast soldiers. The beast at the time of the birth of Guyu time and space has long since fallen to nowhere, and there are very few rumors. Don't mention the beasts. There are no such treasures, but it does not mean that there is no treasure more powerful than the beasts. According to the division of ancient moon time and space, the treasures of the universe are also divided into 9 calamities. This also depends on the strength of the origin in the treasure of the universe. The origin of the beast warrior, the peak is the 5 tribulations realm, and now it is only the 3 tribulations realm. If you want to improve, you need nurturing. A master of the universe of the 5 tribulations realm, at least it has to accumulate tens of thousands of epochs to be able to accumulate a treasure of the universe at the level of the 5 tribulations realm. The stronger the treasure, the more time it takes to nurture. Above the 9 tribulations is the treasure of time and space. Whether it was in the original Moroa time and space, or the current Guyu time and space, there is very little news about the treasure of time and space, hardly even. It may also be that Jian Wushuang's identity is too low, and he has not yet touched the real core level. Just like this banquet, Jian Wushuang saw and heard more than he heard in thousands of years. The same precious treasures were presented, and Jian Wushuang was extremely enthusiastic. There are many precious treasures of original cultivation. It's a pity that they all went into Mukin's bag. Mukin has a big birthday every epoch, and every time he sits still, he can get so many treasures. It is good to have status and status. Jian Wushuang is also a little envious. After he arrived at the Tribulation Realm that day, he also went to experience the taste of a side overlord. This is just a powerful prince. The wealth of the female emperor is probably even more amazing. Uncle, I'm late. A thick voice came from outside the door. Everyone's eyes were all attracted. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version, reading URL. Chapter 5676. The coming person is not a robbery, but an emperor. Has a big waist and round waist, like a bucket, and his face is even more hideous and terrifying. According to common sense, the appearance of the immortal empress can be changed at will. You can change your appearance, even with some secret techniques. This emperor is showing people with this face. It's the eldest princess, someone reminded in a low voice. Most of those who are able to come here have met the eldest princess. There are also some younger generations. This is the first time I have seen you. We're all taken aback by the appearance of the princess. Jian Wushuang was also surprised, but unlike these people, he felt a familiar breath from the other person. And I saw each other not long ago. Koala. Jian Wushuang raised his brow, and a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious Baihua mountain the koala summoned is very similar to the princess in front of her, and the aura is even more similar. There is a big connection between the two. Plus, if you observe from the other's breath of life, the eldest princess in front of you is probably not the deity. At this point, the strong below the 5 tribulations realm can't see through it at all. Jian Wushuang, however, can be felt with the special power of life. The eldest princess in front of me is definitely not the body, but the koala. The opponent's deity should not be here, but in the palace. Usually, the princess uses the koala as the deity. Thinking of that quirky girl, Jian Wushuang was very interested in her scheming and plans. The arrival of the princess made Elder Mu Qin very happy. He got up personally, took the burly koala, and said with concern, "Little girl, if you can come, I will be very happy, so why bother?" "Uncle, this time I have specially prepared a great gift for you," the princess said, and ordered the servant, "Manager Li, present the heart of the lotus leaf." When heard the lotus leaf heart, everyone's complexion changed. That's an incredible treasure. The heart of lotus leaves is a treasure unique to Shurgwa, a treasure with a price but no market. Ordinary people can't buy it if they want. Unless it is a person with a strong background and strong ability, it can be obtained. Elder Mukin also moved his heart when he heard it. His complexion changed a little, and he secretly transmitted, "Girl Jinchin, you are trying to bribe your uncle." "Uncle, you must help me this time. My mother is already determined to hire a son-in-law for me." The eldest princess Jinchin said aggrieved, like an 800 catty little chubby. Elder Muchin, who has always loved this niece, frowned and sighed. "Girl, I can't help you this time. No one can change the things set by the clan." He knew why this niece rebelled so much, and even did not hesitate to refine her incarnation to show others that she didn't want to be recruited by the family. But how can this stop the emperor's life? Yu country needs a prince. The prince must be the eldest princess. That's why I have to recruit son-in-law, and also recruit an emperor of the same rank with a clean background and good strength. But this eldest princess has already had a sweetheart. But that person is a child of the Stone King clan. Even if the other party was willing to be the door-to-door son-in-law, the Yu country would not dare to lead wolves into the house. The eldest princess is the future empress. How can she recruit an uncontrollable son-in-law? Even if the empress had the confidence to face Shurgwa, the clan would not be able to pass. Princess Jinchin pouted her mouth, complaining in her eyes when she looked up at her mother. Elder Mukin pulled Princess Jinchin to his seat and then nodded to continue. This kind of housework still has to be solved in private. Wu Li nodded towards Jian Wushuang at this time, and at the same time he passed through the sound, and he was at the two of them immediately. "Brother Wushuang, you don't want to be fooled by this little girl. This is not her deity. If it becomes this time, I promise you that you will never suffer." Wu Li Chuanin promised. Actually, he doesn't need to comfort him. This is a matter of Wan Lu Shenmu, the chance of the robbery. According to Wu Li's most conservative speculation, the goods received after the two of them entered, as long as they came out alive, they could quickly become the 5 tribulations realm. This is also the experience of the exchange inferred. The premise is to come out alive. Must go first. To get in, you need the qualifications of the Holy Congregation. This qualification is very rare in the Azure Cloud sect. Only through the royal family of Vietnam can you get in. Wu Li himself is fine. He has some contacts in the Gumu sect, so it's easy to get himself in. If you want Jian Wushuang to go, you don't have that ability. After all, that is the 8-star sect, not what he can do in a half-step 4 tribulations realm. "Don't worry, I have a sense of measure." Jian Wushuang transcribed. He is not a stunned kid who was just born. How can there be a grudge in this kind of thing? After Pound presented his birthday gift, Wu Li also slowly got up and at the same time deliberately greeted Jian Wushuang to come in front of everyone. Jian Wushuang behaved very obediently, like a junior, obediently walking towards Wu Li. This made many people notice Jian Wushuang. Some people still recognize him. After all, he has been following Elder Muchin for thousands of years, and he is considered a famous person. And these people have heard that Jian Wushuang has an unusual relationship with Wu Li. Presumably, he is also an emperor with an unusual background. "Brother Muchin, my nephew has received a lot of care from you since he entered your door. This time I have to clamor for congratulations, but it was a bit sudden." After Muchin heard it, he smiled knowingly and replied, "Brother Wu Li, since he is his own nephew, why should he meet outsiders? I think Wu Shuang's younger generation has good aptitude, but it is not considered to be taking care of him. King Yanzong must have a good job. By the way, the next intersect trial, Wu Shuang nephew can try it." Jian Wushuang held the wooden box with both hands, and his heart moved when he heard it. I really flattered a few words, and the benefits came straight away. He didn't offer a birthday gift, so he left the inner disciple's affairs to him. Said it was a try. How could it be unsuccessful? It is a pity that Jian Wushuang and Wu Li are not just the inner disciples of King Yanzong. Wushuang, don't thank Elder Mu Qin too much, Wu Li said with a serious face. Jian Wushuang respectfully handed out the wooden box containing the vines, pretending to be excited. Thank you, Mu Qin. The younger generation will never forget this kindness. The general manager of the palace took the box in Jian Wu's hands and opened it as before and prepared to report the name of the treasure. But when it was opened, a shocking divine power leaked from the top. The general manager of the palace was so knowledgeable he couldn't help but swallowed, paused, and then shouted, "For 100 flower species, 100 flower vine!" And it hasn't reached the first dry. This also means that it was only taken from Baihua Mountain today. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version, reading URL. Chapter 5677. Feeling this power and hearing 400 flower seeds at the same time, many people couldn't help but take a breath, and at the same time couldn't help but guess Jian Wushuang's intentions, or Wu Li's intentions. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, would bring out such a treasure. Many people thought it was Wu Li's treasure and counted the favor on Jian Wushuang's head. This piece of 100 flower vine, if it were auctioned at this time, would definitely be able to sell for the price of 3 million universe crystals. If 3 days have passed, the maximum value is 300,000. This great gift, the Emperor of the Three Tribulations realm seldom can give it out, was taken out by an Emperor Jian Wushuang. No one would believe it. The eldest princess, Jin Qin, who was sitting next to Mu Qin, showed hesitation when she saw it. I took a closer look and found that it was indeed that part of the Baihua vine that she was climbed first on Baihua Mountain. When looking at Jian Wushuang again, his eyes narrowed slightly. If others feel that this thing was given by Wu Li as Jian Wushuang after it was obtained, then the eldest princess Jin Qin feels that there is someone behind it. The terrifying power of the 5 tribulations universe master. Elder Mu Chen's eyes were hot. He didn't expect Wu Li to give such a big gift. After thinking of what Wu Li said to him a few days ago, I also understood something in my heart. After today's birthday banquet, I can have a chat. Such a precious treasure, Wushuang-yi nephew is too polite. Mu Qin didn't verbally agree to anything this time, but got up in person and had a drink with Wu Li Jian Wushuang. So many people are watching, it's hard to talk too much. Wu Li also understood naturally and pulled Jian Wushuang back to his position. After returning to his position, Jian Wushuang could feel a lot of gaze coming. These people also have their own little abacus in their hearts. You, Guo recruit's son-in-law. This matter can be a lot of people staring at. Now it seems that Wu Li is also eyeing this matter. Birthday, proceeding in an orderly manner. The Emperor of the Three Tribulations realm and Mu Qin are considered the same generation, and the number of them is considered to be the largest. There are hundreds of experts in the Three Tribulations realm come to congratulate. Most of them are the masters of the universe. Only a small part is scattered robbery. The powerhouse of the dispersal tribulation realm means that they cannot be promoted, and their strength and status will drop a lot. There is a big gap with Wu Li, who is the master of the universe in the half-step 4 tribulation realm. In addition to these people, the rest is the 4 tribulations realm powerhouse. The 4 tribulations realm, whether it is the Lord of the universe or the sanctions, S status is much beyond the 3 tribulation realm. Even if Mu Chen's background and status are high, there are still few people coming. Also came from the 4 tribulations realm powerhouses of the Yu King clan and Qingyan sect. There are 6 people in total. Although the treasures took out were different, they were not too valuable. Being able to come is Mu Chen's greatest face, but Jian Wushuang noticed one thing. Each of these 4 tribulations realm powerhouses brought their descendants or their own direct disciples. Although they are all emperors, they are all good in strength, and each is very strong, and recommend my younger generations either intentionally or unintentionally. Jian Wushuang hadn't reacted yet. Wu Li sent him a voice message to clarify his confusion. Brother Wushuang, pay attention to these people later. They don't need to worry about their strength, but the backgrounds of these people are not simple. Their purpose is the same as that of the eldest princess. Wu Li smiled, looked at Jian Wushuang and nodded. Soon, Jian Wushuang understood. This is not for Mu Qin, but for the empress. Shouyan is just a guise. In fact, it is for recruiting son-in-law. It seems that the rumors are true. Yugua is true about recruiting son-in-law, and it is also very anxious for success. This is probably related to the position of the saint in the future. The strength and talent of the female emperor of the Yu Kingdom will definitely go to the holy meeting, and the goal is also the position of the saint. Once in this position, the status of Vietnam will also increase. The position of the empress needs someone to inherit. Now, the princess is a very suitable candidate. A future female emperor needs to recruit her son-in-law, which is normal, and recruiting son-in-law, not too strong, is not a strong strength, but a strong background. Can't recruit a strong background. The strength does not matter as long as it is the same level. Even if it is stronger than the eldest princess, it is fine. The throne of is supported by imperial power. The emperor's power is the background of the Yu Kingdom, as well as those sleeping powerhouses in the Sanjia realm. Jian Wushuang's current status and strength are very suitable. On the surface, his combat power may be almost inferior, but as long as he reveals some strength at a critical moment, there is nothing he can do. He also observed the sitting emperor Tianjiao, the strongest background, but the young master of the Yu Kingdom family. This is still incomparable with the Yu Kingdom family. As for combat power, in Jian Wushuang's eyes it was average, not too dazzling. Among these people, his identity is not a beast, but he is not at the bottom. Backed by the Wu family, he is also considered a famous family. Regardless of true combat power, he is only 100,000 times the current basic divine power, and he ranks in the forefront of these people. Over the years, Wu Li's layout seems to have played a role. He has unknowingly entered the vortex of this contention. When some Emperor Tianjiao looked at him, they also leaked unkind eyes. It seems everyone's purpose is the same. Jian Wushuang is very calm, sits motionless, looks like an expert. Birthday is almost over after these people retired. Now, the only female emperor left in the hall has not yet spoken. Everyone is also looking forward to it, but they didn't dare to look directly at the female emperor, but waited for the other side to speak. Today's emperor's big banquet. I also wish the emperor to advance in realm, break through the fourth calamity, and go one step further. The female emperor suddenly said, and the atmosphere heated up. Mukin even got up quickly and respectfully accepted the treasure from the empress. This time, I didn't let the next person pick it up. The female emperor is his own sister, but for the stability of the imperial power, everything must be respected and orderly, and take the lead in order to let people follow suit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Chun bowed his body and thanked him, carefully taking the treasure. The birthday celebration has come to an end. Next, it's business. Mukin first dealt with all parties and expressed the intention of the Yu royal family. Of course, the truth cannot be said, even if everyone understands it. It is impossible to say it directly. Everyone today, Xiao Wang's birthday. I also took this opportunity to recruit sons-in-law for the eldest princess, wise nephews of all parties, and hope not to be restrained. After finishing patting the eldest princess' broad shoulders, he motioned her to get up. But the princess had already had a sweetheart, so she would be willing. But she stood up when she felt a striking gaze. Some emperors who didn't know the truth took a breath. It was not because of the news, but because of the appearance of the princess. I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. Recommend the new book of urban great God Lao Shi. Chapter 5678. Even if the other party's status is noble and powerful, he still can't raise much interest. These people don't know, and there are some Emperor Tianjiao who know the truth, such as Jian Wushuang. He cast a kind look at the eldest princess. When the Princess Jin Qin saw Jian Wushuang's gaze, she gave Jian Wushuang a vicious look. Although she recognized the 100-flower cane that Jian Wushuang took out, she didn't think Jian Wushuang was so powerful, but felt that Jian Wushuang's background was definitely not as simple as the surface. Jian Wushuang was dissatisfied with her gaze, but responded with a smile. At the same time, those Emperor Tianjiao with a strong background in you also showed their demeanor and strength. Everyone is eager to try. This makes the ordinary Emperor Tianjiao a little puzzled. They really can't understand these Emperor Tianjiao with head and face need background and background, strength and strength. Why they have to marry such an eldest princess? Information. The importance of information is thoroughly realized at this moment. Not only did they know that the eldest princess deity was not what it is now, but they also knew the benefits of marrying the eldest princess. The number of places in the holy meeting. The entire country of Yu, I am afraid there are not many. The royal family of Yu, King Yanzong Mingjiao, and the top 10 families, spread out, I am afraid there is only one in each family, is definitely to give the place to the powerhouse of the robbery realm. If there are 2, it can be given to one emperor. The key is the 10 big families, which also have a gap in strength. There are probably only 1 or 2 families that can get 2 places. Other families have to find a way. The saint will be half the emperor and half the robbery. It is best to have 2 places. Family at the bottom, like the Wu family, can only have 1 quota, and this quota is due to Wu lease reasons. There are 20 places in a country, and the family accounts for at least half. The remaining 3 powers are divided into points, each of which is extremely precious. There is nothing superfluous at all. That's why I have to fight like this. The method of recruiting son-in-law is also very simple. All emperors who come here today are qualified to see it, but in the end it was decided by strength. The background of the emperor who can come here has been found out, and the only thing left is the competition in strength. When Mu Chen saw that some people were still a little inactive, he said, "There is one more thing, but this king has forgotten to say. The sacred meeting in Gumu continent will be held soon. This time there are 20 places in the country. There will be a consort." After hearing this, the weaker forces looked sideways. Holy meeting is a holy meeting for the election of saints. If they usually do, they would go to see the excitement at most. Even if they are given places, the family has no suitable candidates to participate. The candidate of the saint must be the Lord of the universe, but also a female practitioner. Just this threshold has blocked 99% of the strong. Now recruiting horses. Why do you want to mention this? This time it was not Mu Chen's turn to explain, and the female emperor said in person, "This time the holy meeting is not trivial. It is related to the Shenmu king. You can find out more." Godwood King. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. Even Jian Wushuang frowned. He hadn't heard Wu Li say that this time the holy meeting would involve the Shenmu king. Although Wu Li's news was extremely well informed, he didn't know that this holy meeting was related to the Shenmu king. For this name, Jian Wushuang knew it when he first went to King Yanzong. As long as the practitioners who have a little knowledge of the Guma school, they know it, go up to the robbery realm and down to the commonplace. Everyone knows what Shenmu Wang represents. That is the ancestor of Guma school. The king is strong. The strong men who can be crowned kings are the ancestors of the 8-star sect. If the ancestors fall, they will be hereditary. A super powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang held his breath. If this sacred meeting is really related to King Shenmu, then the matter between him and Wu Li might not be so easy to proceed. That's a strong person in the 8 tribulations realm. Although it is the realm of dispersal, there is no cosmic dojo. It's not like they can peep. The candidates for the general saint screening of the saints, at most, it is not bad for Gumu to send 1/7 tribulations realm, is now related to the Shenmu king. I am afraid that ancestor will be born. This also represents this holy meeting, not only for the saintess candidates, but also other actions. like Jian Wushuang, Wu Li and Jian Wushuang, both leaped out of shock and looked at each other. The Empress is here. The two of them dare not say anything. They can only endure, wait for the banquet to pass, and then talk privately. Jian Wushuang couldn't let go of the job of recruiting his son-in-law. This holy meeting is of extraordinary significance, and the movement is very loud. Even if the Shinmu king appears, the two will try it together. Even if the Wanlu Shinmu hadn't been opened, I still had to go to the holy meeting. Wu Li has attended many times, and it may be nothing to him. But Jian Wushuang just arrived in Guyu time and space. This kind of holy meeting must not be missed. Wow! After everyone was shocked, the Empress directly took out one of her palms and fell into the center of the banquet hall. Guests on all sides can just be seen. The meaning of is very clear, and there is no need for everyone to say anything. If you can just go straight up. At this time, Mu Qin smiled and got up, fell into the square cave, and said, "Everyone can enter. You only need to stay in this square for a quarter of an hour. After entering, you can shoot at will, don't have any scruples." Obviously, the candidate this time is not alone, is a group of people. Persist in a quarter of an hour, it is impossible to be just one person. It may produce several people. It's even more interesting to be able to shoot each other in the middle. As soon as Myokin's voice fell, the emperor among the guests couldn't bear it. "My son, don't worry, go ahead, be sure to hold on for a quarter of an hour." Yes, is not only a family child, but also a strong robber in the Azure Cloud sect, but also let his disciple go. Became a horse. But there is a place in the holy meeting. There are only 20 such key places in the entire Yu country. When I don't pay much attention to it, half of the emperors can go, and the rest are the powerhouses in the robbery realm. Now this time is different. I am afraid that most of the forces will still let the robbery go forward. After all, there are still too few emperors against the sky, not to mention that the Yu kingdom is too small compared to other dynasties. Just like now, half of the powerful emperors in Vietnam are here, and Jian Wushuang did not see that there is one who looks like the sky, is incomparable to the gods and generals of the Temple of the Gods. "Wushuang, you go too," Wu Li said with a serious face, pretending to be deep. Jian Wushuang just got up, and after saluting respectfully, did he enter the world in the palm of his hand. For a time, several streamers flew in. 100 people have entered. The robbery realm in the hall is focused on the descendants of these emperors. Chapter 5679. Thanks. One generation is inferior to one generation. Pound slammed his lips and said, "There is no decent one. How can it compare with the emperor of Shi Guotian?" Although the words are terrible, they are also truthful. "But now the position is different," Wu Li retorted. "I think these little guys are pretty good. At least they are much better than us before." The rest of the Tribulation Realm powerhouses who brought their younger generations also spoke in agreement. "Haha, Pound. I remember that when you were an emperor, your supernatural power was only 90,000 times. Look at these little guys. Which one is not stronger than you? They are the future." Pound sneered and shook his head. He has been in the stone country all the time, and his knowledge is much better than these people. The heaven-defying monarchs in the stone country, not to mention the top ones, just ordinary Tianjiao. The divine power can explode to more than 100,000 times. Look at the emperors below. Whether it can reach 100,000 times is a question, not to mention breaking through 100,000 times. In the entire country of Vietnam, it is recognized that the strongest is the princess, is now using the combat power to choose the horse for the eldest princess. Is ironic enough to say it. I have to fish in a puddle like Vietnam. What can I catch? Although Pound is relatively straightforward, he didn't say much about it. He knows what those people think. Myokin saw that people had almost entered, so he pulled away and left. After taking a look at the Empress, he said, "Now it's officially started. Dongtian world began to close, but the people in the hall can be clearly seen. Jian Wushuang, who entered the cave sky, did not find anything special. When the cave sky was closed, his body became heavier and heavier, is also limited. According to his calculation, the constant increase in gravity within a quarter of an hour will not threaten them too much. The position he chose is relatively aside. At this time, people like them didn't feel the pressure, so they looked around. Everyone, I don't think we need to take action. Why don't we wait for a quarter of an hour? The speaker is the young patriarch from one of the top 10 families in DU. Although he is a young patriarch, his strength is average, and his divine power is around 95,000. If we don't make a move, everyone can survive a stick of incense with this little gravity. What should we do then? I'm not going to fight. Tianyang's complexion changed slightly, and the aura on his body began to rise. He originally planned to stabilize these people first, because his strength is already considered top among these people, and he will definitely be besieged. This time picking a horse. If strength is so important, why bother looking for them? I can't just make a name by cleverness. Among them, there are also sensible people, or they have been reminded by the strong family, and they also know the cause of the matter. Do it! Boom! 3 emperors took the lead in an instant. The person who dealt with was the young master of the general family. The strength of these 3 people is good, and their divine power can soar to around 90,000 in an instant. With the beginning of these 3 people, there were continuous battle groups in the follow-up. Jian Wushuang was not conspicuous, so he was not targeted. Some people even proposed to join hands with him to deal with the strongest Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang didn't have this plan. The guesses of these people are correct, or that there is nothing wrong with the guesses of the Tribulation Realm. Jian Wushuang received a message from Wu Li. Don't suppress too much. Defeat everyone as much as possible. This screening is not as simple as it seems. Jian Wushuang's figure is erratic, and he has been walking on the edge of the battlefield. Just an instant, several people left the scene. Were all seriously injured by the siege, and taken away by the strong robbery. In the hall, the Empress sighed slightly. These people are still too weak. She is so strong. Even if she recruits her daughter for the royal family, she can't be too weak. The background can be weak, but the strength cannot be too weak. This time recruiting son-in-law is not what the outside world thinks. Elder Mukun also saw the female emperor's thoughts and whispered quietly, Your Majesty, I have arranged a follower in the palace, and I don't necessarily need to choose from Vietnam. No, you must choose from them. The ones you arrange can deal with those people in Shurgua, but they can't join the royal family. Their foundation is not clean. Yes. Mu Qin didn't say much. Wait for the situation within the cave. Jian Wushuang's performance at this time is very subtle, and his strength is the deepest hidden among these people. These people hardly knew Jian Wushuang, and only when Jian Wushuang took out the 100-flower vine, they found out more. But I asked people around and got very little news. Jian Wushuang, are you planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight? As people continue to withdraw, the number has now dropped by half. Many people also took time out and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stopped his figure and felt that the gravity was getting more and more terrifying. He knew very well that if he did make a move, these people would lose their combat effectiveness later. It's time for him to perform. The best of you, quit now. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands, and the breath on his body began to explode. A dark red light covers the whole body, and the scarlet arc represents the power of the beast god. His supernatural power began to rise. Gravity increases. The stronger the emperor, Yukavanchu. Calm is of great help. Jiang Tianyang had already escaped the siege of several people and began to confront others. He originally thought that the battle was almost over, and the rest was up to whoever persisted for a long time. I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to make a move at this time. The Emperor Tianjiao, who stopped Jian Wushuang, also looked sideways. They could feel Jian Wushuang's divine power, which instantly increased 90,000 times. His divine power should be around 97. Jiang Tianyang stared at Jian Wushuang, and at the same time ridiculed those stronger people who specifically besieged them. This time you mentioned the iron plate. Jiang Tianyang, just under the peak secret method, can burst out 98,000 times the divine power for a short time. Among these emperors, can be ranked in the top 3. There are 2 more divine powers that can reach 99,000. Jian Wushuang is left. He has not been able to see through Jian Wushuang. And now, Jian Wushuang is beginning to explode his divine power. He can feel Jian Wushuang's strength is extremely powerful. I am afraid it is not weak. The emperors who are preparing to besiege Jian Wushuang also stopped. Jian Wushuang did not stop. His divine power has soared all the way. If he hadn't suppressed it, it would have exceeded 100,000 times. You must know that his current basic divine power is almost 100,000 times faster, and now with the power of the beast god, it can easily exceed 100,000 and even reach 130,000. But it's not necessary, just play. Jian Wushuang was unaffected by gravity, so he directly flew into the air and his fist suddenly exploded, and he screamed from the sky. The supernatural power directly broke through 100,000 times, became the strongest emperor on the field. Chapter 5680. How is it possible that his divine power has exceeded 100,000 times? Jiang Tianyang couldn't believe it. The emperors who besieged Jian Wushuang were even more pale in fright. 100,000 times of supernatural power! This is already regarded as a super first-class emperor against heaven in the Yu Kingdom. Even the powerhouses of the tribulation realm in the main hall looked sideways at Wu Li and understood in their hearts why Wu Li would take out such a powerful treasure to offer it. It turns out that I really have that confidence. 100,000 times of supernatural power, more than enough to join the royal family. The eldest princess Jin Qin also stared at Jian Wushuang. Although she was a little surprised, she was still not optimistic about Jian Wushuang's strength. The outside world only knows that her divine power can reach 100,000 times, but they don't know that after her secret Mahayana, the divine power that can burst out is not weaker than those of the arrogance of Shurgua. 100,000 times, but just a basis. Jian Wushuang's strength is enough to deal with those emperors who are not even 100,000 times divine power. Mu Qin became more and more satisfied with Jian Wushuang, not only because of the role of treasures. From the perspective of overall strength and background, Jian Wushuang is perfect. Although he was not the emperor of the Yu Kingdom, he had a very close relationship with Wu Li. He was backed by the Yu Kingdom, his strength was not weak, and he seemed to be very young. Is one of the most suitable candidates. Brother Wu Li, your nephew, very good. Even Pound couldn't help but admire. There are still very few emperors with 100,000 times of supernatural power. I am afraid that there are not 3 in Vietnam. Even in Shurgua, it is at the level of Tianjiao. Wu Li smiled on his face, but sneered in his heart. If Jian Wushuang really broke out, there would be no more than 10 of Jian Wushuang's opponents. This is still regarded as the female emperor and those strong in the 4 tribulations realm. He also calculated according to his own strength. Wu Li's combat strength was in the hall and could be ranked in the top 10. He believed that Jian Wushuang's strength was not weaker for him, and he could naturally also be ranked in the top 10. Jian Wushuang's divine power exploded, directly suppressing everyone in the cave. Now, even if they didn't contain them, they couldn't move under the influence of gravity. Everyone, you are offended. Jian Wushuang only flicked with one hand and directly shook all the emperors out of 10,000 battles. Being able to shake these people back under such gravitational conditions, they have no chance. Jiang Tianyang is even more clear. The current gravity, without 100,000 times the magical power, can't move the body at all. They are just the fish on the board. Can only be slaughtered by Jian Wushuang. Instead of this, it is better to take the initiative to withdraw. Jian Wushuang, You have such a combat power. I admire Tianyang, and I am willing to quit." After Jiang Tianyang finished speaking, he voluntarily gave up and was directly moved out. The others only hesitated for a moment, and then took the initiative to withdraw. Within a quarter of an hour, Jian Wushuang was left in the cave. "I'm also fascinated." Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. "Compared with these emperors, it's just a little trouble. The divine power of more than 90,000 is almost comparable to some newly promoted tribulation realm. If it is in the Temple of Qixin, it is definitely the pinnacle of existence. But compared with Vietnam, it is still a bit worse. Even the original Moroa time and space. I am afraid it can be comparable to a continent in Guyu time and space. In the ancient moon time and space, there are 9 heavens and 10 earths. 10 great ancient land, 9 great heavens. It can be compared to one of them, and it is not bad. This is one of the 9 longest rivers of time and space in the starry sky. After everyone took the initiative to retreat, Jian Wushuang became the only candidate. The female emperor naturally took Dong Tian and released Jian Wushuang. "Mu Wang, take him into the palace later. I will leave first." The empress came here mainly for this. Now that it is over, she is also very satisfied with Jian Wushuang. So she got up and took the reluctant eldest princess, Jinqin, with her. Left. Everyone again respectfully bid farewell. It was not until the empress left that the sense of oppression was lost in the hall. Mu Qin directly beckoned Jian Wushuang to come and sit up. Jian Wushuang also obediently approached Wu Li and greeted Elder Mu Qin with a fist. "The banquet will end later, and I will rest in the mansion with Brother Wu Li for a while. I still have something to ask you." Elder Mu Qin said indifferently. He had to confirm Jian Wushuang's identity and strength again. This was naturally not a problem, and Wu Li directly agreed without waiting for Jian Wushuang to speak. Jian Wushuang also sat down beside Wu Li. The banquet was held next. During the banquet, the affairs of the holy meeting made everyone particularly active. If it was in the past, it has not been so lively. After all, some of the 3 tribulation realm powerhouses here, many have participated in the holy meeting. To be able to participate in the holy meeting, the weakest needs to be the Lord of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. As for the emperor, he didn't have much demand. Anyway, he got some secrets from the ancient Wood School to pave the way for the foundation of the robbery in the future. But this time it's a little different. Shinmu King was born. The Gumu School must have had a big move. Only this time, I don't know why the Shinmu King appeared. Therefore, it is best to give some extra places to the robbery. Jian Wushuang was listening, a little worried in his heart. At this time, Wu Li said, "Don't worry, at least 30% of the 20 quotas in the Yu country will be given to the emperor." Now we are one step away. Enters the palace to see what the royal family is doing. Once you join the royal family, the quota is not a problem. Will there be resistance to the appearance of King Shinmu? You just arrived in ancient Wood Continent. You may not know that King Shinmu failed to reach the top of the 8 tribulations realm at the peak. It was just the most common 8 tribulations realm. Later it turned into scattered tribulation. After the dojo was destroyed, he was gone. The battle power of the tribulation realm has lingered until now. It's not bad to be able to maintain the 8 tribulations realm for half a step. The treasure in the Wanlu Shimu is even more eager than we are, and we really want to open Wanlu by the 2 of us. Not only will he not stop it, I am afraid I will beg us to go in and help him find a treasure to restore his life. These things Wu Li heard from the concubine, and 80% of them are true. Wanlu Shimu, that is the core of ancient Wood Continent. The ancient Wood School was established after the goddess fell behind, but Wanlu survived in the goddess era. This one cannot be compared at all. Even the Gumu sect wanted to enter the 10,000 Willows divine wood, but every time they could only travel around the periphery. They couldn't enter the deepest core at all. If you want a big chance, you still have to go to the deepest place. After Jian Wushuang heard this, His heart was very bright. Vitality. The master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm can naturally give birth to a steady stream of vitality. But the load of the scattering tribulation realm is too large, and the vitality consumed by one shot may require countless epochs to sleep. Shinmu King, a strong man who pioneered the ancient wood school, could not be maintained. This made him think of extinction, whether extinction is also a dispersing tribulation realm. Being able to kill Dongjun at the beginning at least surpassed the 7 tribulations realm. After the divine destruction, Miexing entered Moro's time and space, and only half of the battle power of the 7 tribulations realm remained. After reaching the long river of time and space of the primitive universe, Miexing's strength could only maintain the level of the 6 tribulations realm. Chapter 5681. Before he left, Miexing had turned into the temple of Mishi. If there is really no worries about Miexing, why should I enter the temple of Mishi? Why not go directly to the temple of Qixin? I am afraid. He also has some kind of flaw. Is like real spirit. The true spirit has a sea of origin, which can keep alive all the time. Plus, he helps the true spirit restore the body of the one he leaves. Just the vitality of the flesh took him a long time. If he is really an expert in the 7 tribulations realm, he will probably spend countless epochs. That is not comparable to a 6 tribulations realm. An 8 tribulations realm with a severe loss of life. Jian Wushuang was speechless. For a while, in a trance, it was time for the banquet to disperse. It's very midnight. Looked up, the stars in the sky were shining brightly. These bright lights that can be seen with the naked eye are not stars, but universes. Each universe represents a cosmic master of the 3 tribulations realm. In this starry sky, Jian Wushuang saw several dazzling universes, which were extremely huge. Should be some universe of 7 tribulations realm. As for the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm, Guyu time and space should still exist, but they couldn't see it at all. Those old guys are able to collect the universe into the body or hide in the turbulence of time and space. Outsiders can't find it at all. Wu, Li, and Jian Wushuang panted their hands, standing in another courtyard of the Muangfu, waiting for Mu Qin. Brother Wushuang, are you thinking about something? Wu Li looked at Jian Wushuang and stared at the sky in a daze. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just thinking if these universes are formed, would they become the shackles of the tribulation realm?" "Haha, my brother has a lot of thoughts, but there are also some truths. The universe was born above the ancient wood continent and cannot be moved unless it becomes the 8 tribulations realm." Wu Li also raised his head and looked at the starry sky, and he could see his universe at a glance. Then he said, "I thought about it before, but now that it is true, how can there be such a great ambition to reach the 5 tribulations realm in my life? I will be satisfied." Yes, the stronger the strength, the more clearly he can see his future. Wu Li, a half-step 4 tribulations realm of the universe, is actually quite good to be able to break through the 4 tribulations realm. Since he mastered the universe, Wu Li has deposited countless epochs, and it hasn't been long before the next triumph. Now his strength and background, there is nothing to worry about. But after becoming the 4 tribulations, he should be anxious. In fact, with his current combat power, he can cross the tribulation earlier, mainly because once he successfully crosses the tribulation, when he reaches the 4th tribulation realm, he has no certainty to cross the 5th tribulation. Instead of breaking through early, it is better to accumulate the foundation first. At least when he encounters the 5th calamity realm, he goes to the 4th calamity. Many peaks of the 3 tribulations realm think so, but in the end, the forced crossing of the tribulation has become the 4 tribulation realm. There is no chance in front of him, and I can only wait anxiously. In the end, he is depressed and specializes in sand tribulation. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. He was nothing. Mastering the universe will not be in Guyu time and space, but will condense the universe in one's own body. This is the benefit of Jidao. Will not be bound by this world. But it was not so easy for the other people who came to Guyu time and space with him. After becoming the Tribulation Realm, there is a high probability that it will take root in the ancient moon time and space. Even if it returns to the time and space of the primitive universe, it will eventually return to the ancient moon time and space. Is rooted, it is the person of Guyu time and space. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. At the moment, getting the quota first is the key, and there is not much time left for them. The holy meeting is 10 years later. This is the news that Wu Li just got. Squeak! The door of the small courtyard was pushed open, and the person here was Elder Mu Qin. It's just that the current Elder Mu Qin changed his spirit in the hall, but he was a little late. Brother Muqin. Elder Mu Qin. The two hurried forward to greet. Elder Muqin waved his hand and said casually, "There are no outsiders here. Don't have to see outside. Sit down and talk." The three people were sitting in a pavilion. Wu Li was also very winking. He took out a teapot and poured a cup for Mu Qin and Jian Wushuang. Ahem. Elder Mu Qin was also polite and took a sip from his teacup. Jian Wushuang and Wu Li were waiting for Elder Mu Qin to speak. I drank the tea and everyone was there. Elder Muqin shook his sleeves and went straight to the subject. Since I'm all my own, I won't hide it from the two of you. This time I'm really helpless in recruiting my son-in-law. Next, under the narration of Elder Mu Qin, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li were amazed. It turned out that the eldest princess Jin Qin lived with her grandfather in Shurgua since she was a child, and she returned to country after she became an immortal fairy. In the ordinary time, he had a baby kiss with a Shur Guoxianjiao. But with the rise of the empress, the future emperor is likely to belong to Princess Jinqin, and the marriage was also stranded. If it were to be that simple, there would not be so many bad times in the future. The Shurgua Tianjiao is not an ordinary person, but a child of the Shurwang clan. Although he is not a direct child, where is the background? The son of the king of Shur is in the family. If this matter spreads out, where will Shurgua's face be placed? But these two are not giving up. The Tianjiao even chased the country from Shurgua to the country of Yu, and is now in the palace. And the other party also released ruthless words, "It's okay to divorce." But I have to give him an explanation, unless the emperor who married the eldest princess can defeat him. Otherwise, he will not agree to this marriage. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard this and said, "He is very persistent." It's a pity that the Yu kings beat the Mandarin ducks. Whether it is for the face of Shurgua or for the imperial power of the Yu royal family, it is impossible for the eldest princess to marry each other. Helplessly, the two are also childhood sweethearts, and it is not so easy to force them apart. Okanchu, CM, isn't it? Elder Mu Qin shook his head and said, "This is also to blame for your majesty today. She had to send that little girl to Shurgua for training. Now she is so big, but she doesn't understand the royal family's efforts. A son of the Stone King family, and a direct son of the Yu King family. I really need to talk about background and strength, but in fact the two are very close. But if it's a superfluous, it won't work. Yu Kingdom is afraid of introducing wolves into the house. Shur Kingdom is afraid of embarrassment. The latter is okay and can be overcome. The former is absolutely impossible. No matter what, the children of the Stone King clan cannot be admitted. This is a major event threatening imperial power. Elder, there is something I need to do. Just say it. Jian Wushuang probably understood what the other party meant. Wu Li also stared at Mu Qin. In fact, the matter is very simple. Just defeat the Shur Guoxianjiao and let the other party give up. Wu Li was overjoyed when he heard this. This is too simple. But where did Mu Qin know the true strength of Jian Wushuang? He is still very worried now, but he can't say anything about attacking Jian Wushuang. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5682. The Tianjiao of Shi Kingdom, named Shijiao, is very strong. Mu Chen worried. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, so that Elder Mu Chen could say that he was strong, and that really required him to take it seriously. But Wu Li is more confident than Jian Wushuang. He patted his chest and said, "Brother Mu Chen, don't worry. Since I'm all myself, I'll just say it. My nephew can't get along in Outland, but he definitely has the strength of... You too. Have you ever heard of the fifth master of the Shi family?" Mu Chen didn't answer Wu Li's words, but spoke of a prominent figure in the Yu country. Wu Li heard it, pondered for a moment, and then surprised. "You mean Shirshio of the Stone Royal Family?" "Yes, it's him." Mu Chen nodded and said, "That Shi Gua Tianjiao is his grandson." Wu Li also frowned this time and said, "His grandson? Why haven't I heard of it?" "I also just learned that he has an illegitimate child, and that illegitimate child is Shijiao's father. This matter is rarely known to me, and a friend of mine told me." Mu Chen shook his head and sighed. If it wasn't for the royal family who needed to recruit his son-in-law, he would really like that Shirgua Tianjiao. That is Shirshio's grandson. Ishahide is a real figure in Shirgua and the backbone of the contemporary Stone King family. The reason why the Stone Kingdom was able to overpower the 16 kingdoms in this era, even comparable to the 8-star sect of the ancient Wood School, is that there is such a ZTE figure. Half-Step, the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. In the future, Gomu continent has the most hope to be promoted to the master of the universe of 7 tribulations. Seeing Wu Li's expression, Elder Mu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip, thinking it was frightening Wu Li. The news really scared Wu Li, and he directly transmitted the sound to Jian Wushuang in private. "I will go to the palace later, do something sharp. His background is too big. We can't afford to offend it." If this is heard by Elder Mu Chen, I'm afraid he will drop his jaw. That is Shirshio's grandson. Although Shirshio has many grandchildren, he still has the blood of Shirshio, a half-step 7 tribulations realm powerhouse. So how weak can it be? Jian Wushuang thought Wu Li was too dear to him. Under normal circumstances, he does not use the power of the beast god, and he may be hanged by the opponent. The true supernatural power of the eldest princess, he has learned, has a supernatural power of 130,000. Sure, Tianjiao, who made the eldest princess so desperate the other party's divine power, I am afraid it will be around 150,000. He used twice the power of the beast to be able to crush the opponent. To defeat, you need 3 times the power of the beast god. In the temple of Qixin, the only person who can allow him to display so much power is probably only the robbery. An emperor is so strong. Yu country does not allow such a powerful emperor. How about it, are you sure? Elder Mu Chen said straight away, "Jian Wushuang, you can tell me whether the 130,000 supernatural power can reach it." Jian Wushuang also understood Mu Chen's thoughts, and immediately got up. The power of the beast on his body immediately exploded. His basic divine power has changed from white arrogance to dark red, and his divine power has soared from less than 100,000 to 130,000. Exercising the power of the beast god, now he can make his divine power reach 130,000. 2 times is 160,000. The triple limit can reach 200,000. Is also the peak of his current normalcy. If you use the power of the starry sky to perform eternal transformation, then it is not divine power that can be converted. After all, he is a time-space practitioner, and now he has been recognized by time. If the eternal change is carried out, it will arouse suspicion by outsiders. It's better not to display it or not to display it. The pinnacle of his supernatural power is enough for the emperor. The peak reaches the peak of the 3 tribulations realm with regular combat power. In the entire Guyu time and space, the great priest Wu Li said had the power of the Lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. As long as his luck is not too bad, he will not meet such a perverted emperor. After feeling that Jian Wushuang's supernatural power exceeded 130,000, Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction, not too surprised. It must be a bit of strength for Wu Li to take out such a valuable treasure, otherwise the treasure would be given away for nothing. My nephew, I can rest assured that you have this strength, but there are some things I said before. Now I have prepared 3 people in the palace. These 3 have nothing to do with Jin Qin, regardless of whether they win or lose. You can rest assured, but I am right. The 3 of them don't have much confidence, and the main thing is to look at you. Mu Qin gave them a clear picture this time. Wu Li chuckled and said, "They are all my own nephews. We will be in-laws soon." Things were set, and the 3 of them didn't stay longer, and left the Muangfu directly to the palace. Yu Kingdom Imperial Palace is up to the top of Yunding in the royal city. Ordinary people can't see the appearance of the palace at all. Jian Wushuang also followed Mu Chen's lead to reach the front gate of the palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to find the gate. No wonder he didn't feel the powerhouse in the palace when he entered the royal city. Now that I get outside, I can feel a faint pressure. Great luck, Lord. The guards guarding the door are all experts in the robbery realm. What a style! Under the guidance of the guards, Jian Wushuang and others entered the palace. After entering, Jian Wushuang understood what the robbery realm force was. What you see here is the appearance of the time when Moro was at the peak of time and space. The Temple of Qi is said to be the Moroa time and space in the ancient times of the Inheritor, but it is still far behind compared to here. East Palace, Prince's Mansion. Snapped. Dongsheng Hall. The eldest princess Jin Qin regained his original appearance, and it was the young girl Jian Wushuang saw. At this time, the eldest princess, in front of the empress, smashed the Optimus Prime in the hall with a palm. I won't marry anyone except him. Princess Jinqin's temper came up, and no one could stop it. The female emperor Feng Qin frowned, stared at Jin Qin, and exclaimed, "You want marry? If you don't marry, even if I sit on the throne, I want marry." The figure of the empress came to Princess Jin Qin instantly, and she slapped her hand because the words just touched her bottom line. The sound is very crisp. Princess Jin Qin was stunned. She raised her head and stared at the eyes that were very similar to the Empress Feng Qin. They were very watery and still filled with tears. "You hit me." Jin Qin couldn't believe it. Her mother, although she is very cold to the outside world, she has never been like this to her. Empress Feng Qin coldly shouted, "Aren't you sitting on the throne?" She wanted to laugh out loud. "You kingdom's throne. I don't know how many people are staring at it. As long as he sits on the throne, the royal family will tilt resources. Now the potential of the princess will soon be able to reach the 3 tribulations realm and master the universe. In the later stage, countless resources are needed. This resource is only produced by the royal family in the Yu country. Even if it is produced, it depends on the person. Becoming the emperor of the Yu kingdom naturally has that qualification. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5683 became the female emperor, which means that you can become a powerful person in the 4 tribulation realm from the start. Sit 4 and look at 5. This is a dream that many people can't ask for. Why doesn't she understand it? In this world, how can there be so many emotions? Once the strength can't keep up with the other party, it will be cast aside. This is the eternal truth. When the time comes, one party will become Sanjia, and the other party will be the energetic master of the universe, and it will be too late to regret. Looking at his mother's cold eyes, Jin Qin didn't dare to talk back. This matter is beyond your control, but I can also give you a guarantee that after you achieve the throne and become the 4 tribulations realm, I will no longer care about you. These words gave Jin Qin a hope and an excuse. Jin Qin is also very smart and soon understood his mother's intentions. She can marry someone she doesn't like, and of course she can also have a different room. Even after becoming the four tribulations realm, she can still go to her brother Sergio. But even so, she was still a little reluctant. When will it wait? She is now an emperor, and there is still a way to go before the tribulation realm. After breaking through the tribulation realm, it can quickly become the three tribulation realm, but the four tribulation realm is not so easy. Brother Sergio, can you wait for me? Jin Qin muttered silently in his heart. At this time, Jian Wushuang and the others just arrived outside the hall and saw two other people waiting here. These two are the old and the young. The strength of the old man Jian Wushuang couldn't see through it. It should be stronger than Wu Li, but it's not that strong. There is little vitality. It should not be the Lord of the universe, but the realm of dispersal. The young man standing next to him is bold and strong. His face is determined. His hair is tied and his crown is meticulous. It seems that this person is that Shi Gua Tianjiao, Sergio Lai. Just when the three of them stood firm, another three arrived. Are all emperors? It should be the three emperors arranged by Elder Muqin. Are all the god-defying emperors from other countries? This kind of thing can actually be solved with a little money. It's just that the royal family is not too exaggerated because of its face. As for those in Vietnam, they were all dissuaded from leaving. There are also more than 100,000 times, but the difference in strength is too much. Calculated like this time the four people who challenged Shi Guotianjiao, each of them are from Vietnam, and it is ironic enough to say it. Fortunately, Wu Li had the foresight, and he arranged Jian Wushuang to appear in the Azure Cloud sect early, and he was under the door of Elder Muqin. Now he is considered a Vietnamese. Prince Mu. The three emperors were very polite when they saw Elder Muqin. After all, Elder Muqin invited him. It's just that there are outsiders at this time. Muqin didn't say much, just nodded lightly. The three of them glanced at Jian Wushuang first, and did not notice anything surprising. So they ignored it, but looked at Shi Jiu himself. This is the enemy. Your Majesty, summon everyone. Come with me. After a while, a feminine old man with a black robe and top hat walked out of the hall and summoned everyone to enter. After entering the Dongxing Palace, he saw the Empress, but did not see the figure of Princess Jinqin. At this time, Princess Jinqin stood behind the screen and could clearly see the scene in the hall. But everyone in the hall could not feel the presence of the princess. Sergio looked around, but he didn't find his sweetheart a little uneasy. He was not afraid of the emperors of the Yu Kingdom, but he was afraid that Jinqin would be threatened by others. Weak thought power came. Sergio received Jinqin's voice transmission. His breath stabilized, and at the same time he silently read the voice transmission in his heart. Don't worry, I won't let you wait. Princess Jinqin didn't want Sergio to spell out her own thoughts. As long as she reached the four tribulations realm, no one could stop her. But Sergio was very confident. Among the emperors, he was not afraid of anyone. In Shirgua, there are still a few talents who can threaten him. But in Yuegua, the emperor is invincible. This is not madness, but fact. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang's sudden arrival, even if you turned Yuegua over again, you wouldn't be able to find an emperor who could rival Sergio. Stone family boy, don't say that the more I am not tolerate you. If you defeat my Yuegua Tianjiao today, I won't worry about the two of you. The Empress said directly. Elder Muqin had already told all about Jian Wushuang. At this time, the Empress also had some confidence. Your Majesty, said Jioding, Sergio is willing to fight. Sergio stepped out and stood in the center of the hall, his eyes sharpened. Who will come first? He looked at the four of them, and his breath kept rising. Jian Wushuang was about to step forward, but was stopped by Wu Li. Let those three go first. Muqin has already paid for it, so I can't make them so easy. Wu Lichuanin said. Muqin also meant this, and wanted these three to go and try each other's details. The strength of the three of them is similar. They came here to do this. They didn't hesitate, and they walked out one person at the moment. I learned it. The man was dressed in rugged armor. His voice just fell, and the same breath broke out. The supernatural power soared directly to 130,000. Has reached the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. Shirju looked sideways. He had never heard of the person in front of him. But he was not a mediocre person who could explode with a power of 130,000. He also exploded with a supernatural power of 130,000. Jian Wushuang stared at the two of them, as he could feel that Shirjiu did not exert all his strength. But the emperor who was recruited by Elder Muqin had already reached the peak. And the vitality of this emperor is a bit weak for some reason. Should be much older than these people. Princess Jinqin and the Tianjiao named Shirjiu should have been born in less than 1,000 years. 1,000 era in Guyue time and space, that was quite a short period of time, especially for those in the tribulation realm, is a time of retreat. In the long river of ancient time and space, such as Guyue time and space, the long time is calculated by the era. For example, the age of the gods at the peak of the ancient wood continent www. Mtmavel. Com, the flame gods in the stone country, the top 8 tribulations realm, are famous throughout the ancient moon time and space. The characters who can create an era are generally the masters of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. The age of the flame has not long passed. The peak of the current era has not yet come, and everyone has a chance. Let's do it. Shirju stretched out a hand and waved it casually, and silver scales appeared on his body. The two of them are wrong, and they shoot each. It was just a face-to-face, and that Emperor Jiao Jun could feel the horror of Shirjiu, and if he was dealt face-to-face with a punch just now, he might be seriously injured. But he could feel that Shirjiu didn't show any more supernatural powers. It is clearly 130,000 supernatural powers. Why is the gap so big? Jian Wushuang was also amazed. This was the first time he had seen Guyue time and space's emperor, Tianjiao, fight against him. He found an amazing gap. In the case of the same rank and the same combat strength, experience is more important. Although Shirjiu raised his divine power to the same state as the opponent, he was still able to easily defeat his opponent. https://mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5684. Mongjia Emperor shot again, raising his aura to the extreme, continuously attacking, and the divine power of each punch can reach 130,000 divine power. Kept pushing Shirjiu back. Every one of his moves can hit Shirjiu. The frenzied attack of a few breaths of time has reduced the aura of Emperor Mongjia. Shirjiu, who has been passively beaten, has nothing to do. It's me. Shirjiu raised a corner of his mouth, flashed, and instantly arrived in front of Emperor Mongjia. His hand suddenly changed, but he lifted his foot and mentioned Emperor Mangjia's face fiercely. Just a kick, the Emperor Mongjia stepped back directly. His head was not covered by Mang armor, and the divine body was directly cracked. He couldn't believe it. With the same supernatural power, he didn't hurt his opponent even if he attacked. In the end, he was only repelled by the opponent's move, and he was also injured. This is impossible, unacceptable. He wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, once again raised his breath to the peak, his hands were sealed, and he madly shot out a group of divine power condensed air, bursting out an incomparably astonishing breath. Jian Wushuang saw this and shook his head slightly. Divine power is the mainstay. One of the downsides is that it consumes too much. Although the power is violent, but if you continue like this, you may be exhausted before defeating the opponent. Emperor Mongjia really played a role in his madness. Shirjiu gradually couldn't bear it, and there was a slight drop in his divine power. But Mongjia Emperor is not much better. His divine power has dropped to 120,000, fell down again, and the attack launch did not pose any threat to Shirjiu. Shirjiu resisted the impact of countless airwaves with his arms in front of him, stepped back slightly, and broke out again in the next moment. His whole body aura suddenly changed. Directly resisting the impact of the airwave, and forcibly rushed up. The Emperor Mongjia, who was completely in the offensive, did not expect Shurjiu to be able to rush over. Isn't there a saying that the best defense is offense? Why doesn't it work anymore? Shurjiu rushed in front of the opponent in an instant, struck out with a punch. An entire fist was sunken directly into the chest of Emperor Mongjia. Even the Mang armor appeared some fragmentation. That is the treasure of the universe. The treasures of the universe. There was a slight crack, not to mention the divine body of Emperor Mongjia. Now it has been completely broken. The supernatural power fell from 120,000 to less than 50,000. Almost fell asleep. Originally, the Imperial Emperor wanted to use the injury for injury, but he didn't expect to be defeated so easily. The remaining two looked at each other and suddenly lost a trace of confidence in their hearts. Originally, the two were still thinking about a will fight, and if the first one is not good, then the second one. This will continue to wear down the opponent's supernatural power. But looking at it now, Shurjiu's divine power hasn't changed in any way, and even his aura hasn't changed. It's still so stable. Is as easy as just taking a sip of tea. Emperor Mongjia got up with difficulty and said, tremblingly, "I lost." After speaking, he withdrew to the side while Elder Mu Chun was pale. He never thought that Shurjiu could be so strong. Princess Jinshin's strength is more than 130,000. Even if the divine power is not average, plus some secret techniques, it is one level stronger than these three. But the combat power displayed by Shurjiu was at least several levels stronger than these three emperors. Empress Fengqin, as the strongest person present, the Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm, saw the most thorough. This time I am afraid I will lose. Also hesitated in my heart. If you lose, how can you save it? Shurjiu moved his wrist, and he seemed not satisfied with the punch he just made. He stared at the few remaining people and said, "Why don't you go together?" This is too provocative. They are all Tianjiao. How can they be together? That's too shameless. Elder Mukin was thick-skinned and said directly, "If this is the case, let's go together. Young people like to challenge the limit." After speaking, he winked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang has not moved at all. Then Elder Mu Qin looked at Wu Li again. Wu Li had some headaches, and he spoke privately. "Brother Mu Qin, my nephew is relatively young. You know the young man. You take face seriously, but don't worry, no matter how strong your opponent is this time. I have absolute confidence in him." Said that, and Mu Qin didn't insist. The remaining two emperors nodded to each other, took the money to do business, and couldn't care about the face, so they could only bite the bullet and go together. This time, the two of them are fully prepared, and Mu Qin has made a promise. As long as he hurts the stone, it is a great achievement, and the previously promised treasure can also be added by 50%. Why are you two left? Shurjiu's gaze shifted from the two to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also looked at each other. Only a slight smile leaked, and he nodded lightly. There was an electric arc across Shijia's eyes, and he could feel Jian Wushuang's extraordinary, definitely much better than the two in front of him. But his strength is not, so even if Jian Wushuang has a whole card, he also has a stronger whole card. He is Shurjiu's grandson, not only has a strong bloodline, but also has powerful treasures. Because his father was an illegitimate child, he suffered a lot from snacks, and later because of the fall of his enemy. Shurjiu felt that he owed that son, so he made up for everything to the grandson. Shurjiu did not live up to that Shurjia contemporary best, and he is the super powerhouse of Zhongxing Shurgua. Yue has also become one of the most outstanding emperors of Shurjia contemporary, and he has always preserved his strength and has always been concealed. This is related to his early experience. Before his father fell, he had asked him to hide his strongest whole cards at any time, and only the unused methods were called whole cards. Once it is displayed, the opponent will fall. Only in this way can it become the whole card forever. It's a pity that he would have the wrong meaning. At the beginning, it was as moisturized as it is now. You don't need a whole card. The more you show yourself, the more you can get attention and get more treasures. Sure, Jiu, don't be arrogant. The two Emperor Tianjiao shot together, only to find that Shi Jiu didn't put them in his eyes at all. He was particularly annoyed for a while, and he burned the divine body when he came up. Elder Mukin has made a promise to them. All the treasures consumed during the fight will be counted on him, even if he goes to fight. The two were also not stingy and directly burned 30% of the divine body, reaching the limit. The divine power exploded directly to 136,000 times. This is the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. The peak of the second tribulation realm is about 180,000. The normal divine power of the three tribulations realm is around 200,000. Sergio condensed with one hand and suddenly made a fist. When he stretched out his palm, there was already a cloud of purple thunder in his palm. His divine power has not changed, but the ball of thunder in his palm has exploded with more than 140,000 divine power. https:////mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5685. This is. The two Emperor Tianjiao's expressions were shocked, and before they were the same, Thunder Wanjun burst in front of them. Shijia's eyes burst into thunder. Just a glance, thunder descended like a waterfall, swallowing the two of them. Even the Empress was a little moved in this scene. The trace of power just now seemed to have exceeded her expectations of the Emperor. Is there really such a powerful emperor in the world? Mukin is even more ashamed. This is a little different from the news he got. How could the opponent be so strong? The two emperors were wrapped in thunder and couldn't get out at all. They were already trapped to death. How can he be so strong? Both of them couldn't believe it. This thunder cage had already exploded with a supernatural power of 150,000. Can't be defeated by the two of them at all. Sergio is a leisurely manipulation of the thunder cage. He only needs to shake hands to easily defeat the two. Who? Jian Wushuang shook his head and didn't want to look anymore. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well shoot early. Among those present, apart from Wu Li, I am afraid that no one is optimistic about Jian Wushuang. Even the Empress Fengqin felt hopeless. Elder Mukin sighed even more. Brother Wu Li, this time my information is wrong. Blame me. He already thought that Jian Wushuang had no hope. Brother Mu Qin, the universe is uncertain. There may not be no chance. Wu Li was very confident. Elder Mu Qin, who had been suspicious. He looked at Jian Wushuang with solemn eyes. Why is Wu Li so confident? Is this Jian Wushuang Wu Li's illegitimate child? The more he looked, the more he felt that they looked alike. But since they all said so, he can only believe Wu Li's words, and the two people in the thunder cage gave up directly. Those two also felt hopeless, and they were not prepared to persist. But I was a little unhappy to hear that Mu Qin had to deduct treasures. Mr. Mu, my brothers have another trick, which can definitely hurt each other badly, but the price is a bit high. Mukin didn't believe it, but he nodded in agreement. He is out at all costs. It is best to be severely injured. Princess Jean Qin, behind the screen, was excited to watch. She did not expect Shi Jiu's strength to be so powerful, and she could easily defeat these three emperors. In the end, these two erupted out of 136,000 times the divine power. Although it is not as good as her if she joins forces, let alone defeated, I am afraid it will be difficult to suppress. Thinking of this, she understood a little bit. Maybe Shi Jiu didn't seem to hit her, so she has always retained her strength. She is a very strong person, which is very similar to the Empress. Shi Jiu indeed has been hiding something from Jean Qin for this reason. Of course, what his father told him is more important. Give up. It doesn't make sense anymore. Shi Jiu manipulated the cage with his palm, exerting a slight force, and the two in the thunder cage almost knelt down. Can't bear it at all. Thanks, Tusk. You are indeed very powerful. You are obviously just the same divine power. Not even as powerful as the two of us, but you can perform such a powerful trick. I admit that I can't beat you this time." The two of them stared at Sergio, and they really wanted to give up, but it will also make the other party so relaxed. But don't think about it too much. As soon as the voice fell, Sergio's eyes shrank, and he felt a threat in an instant. As soon as his palm was hard, he wanted to directly defeat the two. But it's too late. The thunder cage was instantly dissolved by a black air, and the black mist came straight to his face. At the moment the black mist appeared, the Empress stood up directly from the throne. Her eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Staring at the black mist, her eyes were full of fear. That black mist, she has seen and heard of it. This is a force that does not belong to this era. How can it appear here? Others can't see the specialness of black mist at all. Even Jian Wushuang just felt that the power of the black mist had swallowed it, and there was nothing special about it. But after dissolving the thunder cage, when he raided Sergio's body, the familiar breath made the sword faceless and shocked. The power of death, that is extremely powerful death power. When Sergio was contaminated, he swallowed most of Sergio's vitality in an instant. Sergio's divine power also fell instantly. Fortunately, the power of death does not belong to the two emperors and is constantly weakening. Otherwise, this is enough to kill Sergio directly. The threat this time was something Sergio had never felt before. It was terrifying. If the Sanjia realm encounters a group of black fog, I am afraid that it will leave a curse, and it will be impossible to regain its vitality in a lifetime. Fortunately, Sergio is only an emperor. Even so, the black mist dissolved half of his body, leaving only bones. The same is true on the face. The horrified bones are leaking to the outside world. Jean Qin saw this scene extremely distressed, almost rushed out, but fortunately was stopped by the Empress. The Empress was also prepared to stop her, but when she thought of Jian Wushuang losing again, she really couldn't stop her. Finally endured it. Haha, he really can't resist it, so he will shoot now. The two emperors took the opportunity to shoot again. Sergio now is the most weak, unable to stop the two at all. Even if the current two emperors are weaker, they can't stop them at all. Jian Wushuang couldn't stand it anymore, hitting two with one, and still resorting to such despicable means. Also, the appearance of the power of death made him vigilant. Mukin was very excited. The battle turned around. Sergio is now as fragile as a piece of white paper. Maybe he won't need Jian Wushuang to make a move. Look at the battle, it is indeed the case. Sergio's supernatural power has fallen below 100,000. Jian Wushuang doesn't think so. Although the divine power has fallen, but the divine body is not broken at all. The source of divine power can be restored instantly. Sergio took out a piece of uncut jade from the mustard seeds and crushed it in a hand. After that, the missing body instantly grew out of his body, and his divine power began to surge and recover. Death to me. Sergio had killing intent in his eyes and directly attacked the killer. His divine power directly skyrocketed to 150,000, and he beat the two in an instant with one punch. And again, a thunder was condensed in the palm of the hand. This thunder was not a cage, but a sharp blade, which passed directly through the two people's chests. Mukin shot directly at this time and said, "Keep these two people alive! It's just a competition, not a killer. This is stipulated in advance." Sergio heard Mu Chen's words. Not only did not stop, but instead swung a knife with one hand, wanting to solve the two directly. He almost died in the hands of these two people just now, and if he hadn't had a backhand, I'm afraid these two people would kill him if they didn't kill him. Mu Chen saw that Sergio was still going to make a move, and immediately dashed in front of the opponent. With a powerful force of power, he directly separated the three of them forcibly. The two emperors were thrown away like dead dogs and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 56 86. Empress eased her emotions at this time and transmitted the sound to Mu Qin. The two of them couldn't let go. They had to figure out the origin of the black mist just now. Although Mukin didn't understand, but the Empress said it all, it shows that things are not simple. Did not ask much. Shi Jiao is a little angry. And Shi Jiao's Four Tribulations realm powerhouse also opened his eyes at this time. Instead of looking at Mu Qin, he looked at the female emperor of Yu Kingdom. Although he didn't speak, he let out a cold snort, but the hall was shaking. Senior Shirhan, it was indeed rude just now. The Empress nodded, slightly apologizing. This Shirhan is a man of the Shi Kingdom in the last era. There was the power of the peak of the Four Tribulation realm back then, but it was a pity that it failed to cross the tribulation, and now that it became the scattering tribulation realm. The voice has become the power of the ordinary Four Tribulation realm. But even so, he would make a move just now, but he was stopped by Shi Jiao. If he makes a move, the Empress will definitely take the opportunity to drive him away. For Jin Qin, he resisted a lot. Your Majesty Feng Qin, don't forget he is the grandson of the fifth master, and he keeps the blood of my Shi family. Shirhan's voice was loud. This is not a big flag. Today's ancient wood continent, the Shi family is a pivotal existence. Besides, there are flame gods in the stone country, which can stabilize the existence of the Wood King. A small Yu country actually deceived the Shi family so much. If it weren't for Shi Jiao's infatuation, he would have liked to shake the matter out and let Yu Guan know how terrible Shi Guo looked after his anger. Senior Shirhan, don't say anything. I, Shi Jiao, can come here with determination. Shi Jiao panted. First was injured by the force of death, and then was shaken out by Mu Qin. Due to internal injuries, the divine body is a little unstable. Now his strength has dropped a lot, but it has little effect. Now, Jian Wushuang is left. As long as he defeats Jian Wushuang, he can marry Jin Qin in a fair way, or marry into kingdom. He is also willing. His grandpa will support him. That's enough. Princess Jin Qin behind the screen saw this scene, her eyes full of distress. The female emperor looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. Has she ever been threatened so much? Shijia's anger? The female emperor also has anger in her eyes. If she is in the Seven Tribulations realm, why should she be afraid of the Stone Kingdom? Why are you afraid of others entering Vietnam? What a pity she is not. That's why I have to fight. At this holy meeting, she must get the position of saint. Then he abdicated the emperor of the Yu Kingdom and went to the Guma sect. With endless resources, she would have no worries about the sixth calamity. After becoming the Sixth Tribulations realm, he prepared for the Seventh Tribulations with all his heart. Is backed by Guma school, she also has a lot of confidence. If she has been crossing, even with the power of the whole family, she would not have the confidence to reach the seventh calamity. The sixth calamity is already the limit, and it's still unstable. Otherwise, she would have crossed the sixth calamity early. Mukin didn't pay attention to that Shirhan, but looked at Jian Wushuang and said, It's all up to you, don't stress. Shi Jiao is already injured. You still have a good chance. Jian Wushuang nodded lightly and took a step forward, already in front of Shi Jiao. When the female emperor looked towards Jian Wushuang, she couldn't quite see it through, but she hoped that Jian Wushuang could defeat the opponent. The eldest princess Jin Qin, who was behind the screen, also stared at Jian Wushuang. She always felt that Jian Wushuang was very similar to the mysterious powerhouse he met in Baihua Mountain, and she was very worried. You are very strong. Jian Wushuang and Shi faced each other. No one thought that the first sentence Jian Wushuang came up would be Kwa Shi Jiao. Shi Jiao leaked a smile and said calmly, Although I can't see through you, I can feel that you are not the same as the three in front of you. It is indeed different. Jian Wushuang also directly admitted, without any concealment. After finishing speaking, under everyone's surprised eyes, he took out one of the mustard seeds, the fruit of life brought from the temple of Qishan. This is the treasure to increase the divine body, and it is also the treasure to restore the divine body. In the time and space dominated by divine power, it is most suitable for practitioners. Jian Wushuang threw it past without any hesitation. Shi was taken aback, but still took it. Not only is Shi, the others also don't understand what Jian Wushuang is doing. The previous Emperor Mengjia, who was easily defeated by Shi, was even more surprised. What did he want? The female emperor's eyes were constantly flickering, and she couldn't understand Jian Wushuang's intention. Brother Wu Li, what kind of way is this? Could it be that the fruit is very poisonous? Mu Qin guessed privately through a voice transmission. Wu Li rolled his eyes and felt that the prince was too embarrassed, so he said directly, "It's nothing. Maybe my nephew thinks it's too embarrassing to defeat a wounded emperor." Mu Qin was completely stunned. This is too confident. Sure, Zhou's previous explosion of divine power has exceeded 150,000, and it was still the explosion when he was injured. Maybe stronger than this, and there are backups. Are you afraid of losing? At this time, he couldn't control so much. He directly reminded Jian Wushuang, Wushuang's sage nephew, "You have to think clearly if anyone marries Jinqin. He will have a place in the holy meeting." Brother Mu Qin, this kind of thing is boring to say. Shi Han, who was standing on the edge, sneered at the two of them, but he was a little stunned at Jian Wushuang's actions. Compared with the previous ones, Jian Wushuang is obviously more pleasing to the eye. This idiot, Bai Xia, just used the whole card. The two emperors who were almost killed by Shi looked at Jian Wushuang like idiots. Shi shook the green fruit in his hand, explored his mind force, and found no fault, and said sincerely, "Thank you." Click, take a bite, and the green juice flows along the corner of the mouth. Formidable vitality and infinite divine power instantly emerged into Shi body. Only in an instant he returned to his peak state, was even stronger than before. Shi clenched his fists, slightly hard. His divine power burst out, and the power of thunder also appeared on his body. 150,000 supernatural power. How's it going? Is the state restored? Jian Wushuang asked. Shi took out 100,000 cubic cosmic crystals from the mustard seeds and thanked him. "I would like to ask fellow Taoists to accept it. Such a precious treasure is a bit of a waste to me." He actually has a treasure for recovery, but the effect is definitely not as good as the fruit of life. It's a fruit. It's not worth mentioning. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head, but since the opponent insisted, he accepted it. Avoid the time when the other party is embarrassed to give him all his strength. Elder Mu Qin couldn't help it anymore. He now doubted whether Jian Wushuang had been bought. Just when he was about to exit, he was pulled down by Wu Li. He is also from Yugua. Although he is not a royal family, he also feels that if Mu Qin continues speaking, Yugua will lose his face. Although the Empress was a little puzzled, she still recognized Jian Wushuang's practice. The dispute between gentlemen is upright. https:////mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5687. If Jian Wushuang really wins, she is more of the royal family, but she has found the treasure. A quota for a holy meeting can attract such talents. This transaction is not a loss. And when the time comes, it also represents the Yu country, and even more represents the Yu royal family. This is a chance for them to have a long face. The eldest princess behind the screen clenched her fist, ecstatic in her heart. She is now full of confidence in Shi. Let's start then. Go ahead. Both are angry at the same time. Jian Wushuang used the power of the beast god, instantly raising to 130,000. But this is not enough. In order to be safe, he directly used twice the power of the beast god. At this time, his supernatural power reached a terrifying 160,000. This is already the top level in the second tribulation realm. Shi eyes flickered. He expected Jian Wushuang to be very powerful, but he didn't expect that at the beginning. He burst out with 160,000 supernatural powers. Even if he is proficient in divine power and can easily defeat opponents under the same divine power, Jian Wushuang is not bad. Mukin even beamed his eyes, pulling Wu Li's arm, and said excitedly, "Brother Wu Li, he is his own family, and you actually conceal it from me. Wushuang nephew can actually burst out of 160,000 supernatural power." Jian Wushuang is so powerful, he is more excited than anyone else. The current Jian Wushuang is stronger than Shijiao, and it is beyond the supernatural power of 10,000 yuan. The gap is much larger. The 3 emperors who had been defeated earlier had their jaw dropped even more. Didn't they say that they are all about the same strength? And they also know that it is the Emperor Tianjiao who is not against the sky in Vietnam. Otherwise they will not come. How come a super arrogant of 160,000 supernatural power suddenly appeared? There are such arrogances. Why are you still looking for them? This is simply a naked humiliation to them. Without self-confidence, Shi Han was also shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang explode with 160,000 supernatural powers. 160,000 supernatural power. This is already comparable to the best batch of Tianjiao in Shigua. However, he is very confident in Shijiao. 160,000 is nothing. Jiao's experience of mastering supernatural power in the same rank is the most powerful emperor he has ever seen. Inside the door, to see the door, the layman to watch the fun. Although Jin Qin is also a super arrogant among the emperors, but the peak of his divine power can reach about 140,000. At this time, seeing Jian Wushuang's 160,000 divine power, I can't help but feel a little worried. Shijiao, as a party, naturally did not dare to be careless. The difference of is 10,000, that is a gap, so it is necessary to use the secret of whole cards again. Ha! Shijiao shouted angrily and broke out again. His divine power soared from 150,000 to 160,000, and countless electric arcs appeared on his body. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and it hurt suddenly. Is much stronger than he expected. Under the same divine power, he doesn't have much confidence. The other party is the divine power of the major. Although he has double cultivation, he can deal with such a super arrogant who specializes in divine power. He does not have much confidence in his current state. Jian Wushuang took the lead. Using the subtlety of space, he could suppress Shijiao in speed. In terms of combat experience, he is not weak against the opponent. Shijiao can also clearly feel Jian Wushuang's speed is unusually strange, was extra careful when he shot, and then moved again after dodge, before daring to stop. Jian Wushuang's speed is more than that. Shijiao had just stabilized his figure. He had waited in that position long ago, gathering qi with one hand, and his divine power exploded. A group of dark red light waves directly hit Shijiao's back at close range. Shijiao felt threatened, and he wanted to escape. Jian Wushuang followed closely, surpassing Shijiao's speed by a lot, and appeared directly on top of Shijiao's head. With a punch, he smashed the vacated Shijiao fiercely, just collided with that light wave. Boom! Jian Wushuang didn't give the opponent any chance. No matter what opponent he encountered, he didn't like to drag. Crossed his hands. The divine power on his body exploded again, and then suddenly raised his hands. All the divine power on his body exploded. With him as the core position, it exudes a vortex of endless mighty divine power. The female emperor insisted, she pointed it out, and directly arranged the next enchantment to resist the shock of terror. Otherwise, this hall will collapse. Rumbling. After the last aftermath of the divine power vortex, only countless smoke and dust remained. Jian Wushuang could feel that the breath below was already weakening. Who? Shijia's figure appeared from the dust. The other people in the hall were shocked to see. Except for Wu Li, I found it incredible. originally thought that reaching 130,000 is already the peak. I didn't expect to see two super talents with 160,000 supernatural powers today, and the battle was still so fierce in Jiaozuo. In terms of combat experience, the two's methods are no less than the master of the universe. Shi Ju walked out of the smoke. His silver armor was not in Chengliang, and his hair became a little messy. The breath on his body is constantly rising. How many years have you been? You were the first to defeat me head-on. Shi Ju's voice trembled a bit, but the aura on his body was constantly breaking through. Quickly recovered to 160,000 supernatural power and did not stop. 165,000 times, 168,000 times, 169,000 times, 170,000. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and said, "Your supernatural power should be 180,000. He can feel that Shurjiu is still hiding. Thanks. Didn't you use your full strength?" Shurjiu's mouth raised, and the next moment he didn't explode but made an instant shot. This time Shurjiu's speed increased a lot. Jian Wushuang had time to dodge in the future, and his frontal punch was like a bolt of thunder, directly hitting his face. As he retreated, Shurjiu rushed again and directly grabbed his ankle. Shurjiu tried his best and directly threw Jian Wushuang out. Followed, Shurjiu charged up again, elbowing up and down, the blood in the mouth of Jian Wushuang, who was hitting up. "Wumshu, come, spirit!" Shurjiu yelled a word and gathered a wave of extremely powerful divine power with both hands. "Yuan!" The second word came out, and the divine power contained in the aura rose to a level again. The pure divine power of that wave of air has gathered up to 180,000. Cut! The last word was spit out, and the divine power gathered in Shurjiu's hands completely exploded. A total of 190,000 supernatural powers, condensed into a mass, rushed towards Jian Wushuang, who had lost gravity. When I felt the huge threat, it was too late. Has not stabilized the figure. The huge light wave has already arrived in front of him. Jian Wushuang used both hands to block, but with only 160,000 supernatural power, it was like a praying man's arm as a car. The power of the beast god. Triple. Jian Wushuang directly doubled super, and his divine power instantly soared to 190,000. Has the same supernatural power as Ling Yuanzhan. Was finally blocked while leaning against the barrier. But if this group of huge divine power bursts completely, he will definitely be injured. Chapter 5688. The two sides barely left room, and they erupted directly to the peak. But it can be clearly seen that Shurjiu's secret method can reach 190,000 divine power, but his own divine power is not so high and can only maintain the appearance of 170,000. Jian Wushuang is different, and now the peak secret method of hard anti-Shurjiu. His own divine power has also exploded to 190,000. This is a real 190,000 supernatural power. Already had the combat power of the three tribulations realm. A emperor is so powerful. There are not a few in the entire Gumu continent. Even the upper empress couldn't help but marvel. 190,000 supernatural powers. She didn't expect Shurjiu to be so powerful, and she didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful. It seems that no matter how strong Shurjiu is, Jian Wushuang can stabilize the opponent. This kind of pressure made Shurjiu a little breathless for a while. The strongest secret method was blocked. This is impossible. Shurjiu was a little unacceptable. 190,000 supernatural power. Actually couldn't beat Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held the hot air wave with both hands and wanted to push back. He doesn't have so many surprises and hesitations now. Shurjiu's strength is indeed beyond his imagination. 190,000 divine power wave, The other party's secret method is too bad. It is a pity that he has not yet obtained the true core secret. Otherwise, he would not be so embarrassed. Ming Ming is much stronger than Shi Jiu's divine power, but he is inferior to the opponent's divine power in control. On the basis of the divine body, 20,000 divine powers broke out again. With the supernatural power of 170,000, the supernatural power of 190,000 was still not lost. Even now, the passive is Jian Wushuang himself. Jian Wushuang tried his best. The beasts and gods ran wildly, and the origin was compressed to the lowest level. His supernatural power has approached 200,000. Get me back! Jian Wushuang yelled angrily, resisting the scorching sensation from his hands, and forcibly pushed Lingyuan Zhan back. With such a powerful divine power, the connection world is trembling. The female emperor had to increase the power of the enchantment again. Mukin and others quickly backed away. The battle between these two emperors has been able to threaten them. Especially seeing Jian Wushuang's divine power, it was almost 200,000, and his shocked eyes were about to come out. Although the Shijia Sanja powerhouse was shocked that Jian Wushuang would be so powerful, he was more worried about Shi Jiu at this time. Ling Yuanzhan was pushed back. How could Shi Jiu stop him? Your Majesty, we surrender! It was discovered that Shi Jiu was still ready to resist. Shi Han was completely unable to stand up, and directly chose to surrender for Shi Jiu. If this continues, Shi Jiu will undoubtedly die. Even if he could block this backlash, he wouldn't be Jian Wushuang's opponent. The gap was still too big. If it weren't for the shackles of enchantment, Jian Wushuang could completely avoid this trick, and his body skills would be flexible. No matter how Shi Jiu calculated from that angle, he had no hope of winning. No, Shi Jiu was still unwilling. His hands were madly unprinted, and the purple thunder on the center of his eyebrows flashed wildly. The power of restraint. The female emperor was about to suppress that group of arrogance, but she saw Shi Jiu's determination, and the aura in him was still rising. She understood that Shi Jiu still had yet to show his cards, then maintain the enchantment again, but did not stop it. Shi Han felt that it was too hard and it was totally unnecessary. It's really not good. You can let Shi Xiu personally propose marriage, or even take the eldest princess away. There is no need to make it look like this. It's crazy. Is this still the emperor? Mu Chen's hands trembled. The three defeated emperors retreated to the corner. The eyes are absent, and he is obviously scared. The supernatural power of 130,000 is just the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. But the two players on the field are able to explode the combat power of the three tribulations realm, and they also have hull cards. Even if Wu Li had confidence in Jian Wushuang, he felt a little unstable at this time. Fortunately, he chose Jian Wushuang. If he were someone else, he would be desperate now. You must win. Wu Li prayed from the bottom of his heart. He had seen Jian Wushuang's true strength. The current Jian Wushuang hasn't made a sword yet, didn't even display the eternal changes. Once the power of the starry sky is used, it is not a divine power to calculate. Jian Wushuang is just the peak of normalcy now. Realizing that Shi Jiu still has a backhand, Jian Wushuang was also shocked by the opponent's strength this time. Guyu Time and Space, the strongest emperor, isn't that the great priest? Listening to Wu Li's tone, the other party can suppress the Lord of the Universe. Mastering the tribulation realm of the Emperor of the Universe is too far apart from the tribulation realm who has not mastered the universe. For example, the ordinary combat power of the three tribulations realm is between 180,000 and 220,000. But if you master the universe, the divine power can burst to the peak of 300,000. Wu Li half a step into the four tribulations realm. He has 300,000 supernatural powers, has more than 100,000 supernatural powers. The gap between and the second tribulation realm is even greater. Therefore, The emperor who goes against the sky usually reaches the threshold of the three tribulations realm, can be compared to the Lord of the universe, and even suppress the Lord of the universe, is the legend of an era. But now the aura erupting in Shijio's body has been equal to Jian Wushuang. He once again pushed Lingyuan Zhan towards Jian Wushuang. This time, the divine power in Lingyuan Zhan exploded to 200,000. The sword has no double-sided whiteness, so it can only be supported. This time, it was indeed his carelessness. Knowing it a long time ago, he would exceed 100,000 times his divine power and first go to fuse Dongjun's bones. In this way, the peak of the power of the beast will never be 3 times, but can reach an astonishing 5 times. By then, his normal combat power will be comparable to the Lord of the universe. With his current combat power, he wants to resolve the battle quickly, which is somewhat impossible. Shijio's eyebrows were completely restrained, and the divine power in his body surged upwards. Now it has surpassed Jian Wushuang and reached 200,000 times. At the center of his eyebrows, there is the treasure of the universe that his grandfather has refined for him, a treasure of the universe at the pinnacle of the 6 tribulations, contains the divine power of the half-step 7 tribulations realm. Once unfolded, the potential for explosion is endless, will increase with the opponent's strength. This kind of heaven-defying treasure is already comparable to Jian Wushuang's beasts and gods. According to Jian Wushuang's guess, the beast god weapon was refined during the peak of Qixin and should be the treasure of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. It's just that although the internal source has been restored, it has not yet returned to its peak state. If it reaches the true peak, it will be better than it is now. Broken! Shiju suddenly shook his hands, and the aura in Lingyuan's slash completely burst. At this moment, the restraining power in Shijio's body has also reached its peak. Light is a protective cover condensed from the outside, and it possesses 200,000 times the power. Stone country in the dojo of the gods, half a step towards the 7 tribulations realm. Shijio was sitting on the mountain and was comprehending the way of the flame god, but at this moment she suddenly opened her eyes. According to the bloodline and the precious feeling that he refined by himself, he felt that the very good grandson was in a certain dangerous situation. Chapter 5689. Through time and space, he saw Yugua at a glance. Vietnam. Emperor. At the end, Shizhimu revealed surprise. He thought that his grandson had encountered a powerful tribulation realm and forced to open the restriction. But he didn't expect that the opponent who fought with his grandson was actually an emperor. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that this holy meeting is unprecedented." The Gumu sect's holy meeting, although it is for the selection of saints, will also recruit some core disciples when screening the saints. This is why the quota is so precious. It's not that easy to become a core disciple of the Gumu school. Even Hoi, a direct line of the 7 tribulations realm, needs to go through many screenings before he can become the core disciple of the Gumu sect. But even so, how many more can become the 5 tribulations realm? Also, the saint can reach some of the remaining core disciples. Even if they were cultivated by the ancient Wood school, most of them stopped at the 3 tribulations realm or the 4 tribulations realm, is like his grandson or the emperor who fought with his grandson. Such a god-defying emperor is more than enough to enter the ancient Wood school. It is even possible to become a candidate disciple of the ancient moon god sect. Is considered to be a few talents in Shizhijuang. Shizhio thought of the Hoi who had risen in only 10,000 years. Fan Tianfeng also has a divine power of 200,000. The strength is unfathomable. Coupled with some of the original Guma sect, this time the holy meeting is really very interesting. I felt that after Shijio was in Yu Kingdom, Shizhio transmitted his voice to an ancient powerhouse in the Yu royal family. A strong man in the 6th tribulation realm, used to be the emperor of the Yu Kingdom in a certain era, and also led the Yu Kingdom to its peak. The 16 countries with green grass are also ranked. Yu currently ranks at the bottom, but in the time of the ancestor, it was able to rank in the top 5. Is also a half-step 7 tribulation realm existence, but unfortunately he failed to cross the tribulation and became the dispersal tribulation. Xiao, why call me? An ancient voice passed through time and space into Shir's country. Xiao said calmly, I have a junior in your Yu Kingdom Palace. I hope my brother will keep him forever. Thanks, immature little guy. The two great powers just separated and communicated. Xiao lowered his posture and said that the ancient powerhouse of Yu would naturally give this face. He is the sabotage going down the mountain, and Xiao is the master of the universe going up the mountain. Within the palace of the Yu Kingdom, after receiving a voice from an ancestor in the royal family, the female Emperor Fengtian's expression remained unchanged. She is naturally measured. Today's Yu country is still hers. Even if there are several ancestors in the royal family, after all, she is in power and those ancestors will give her face. If you really want to kill a Shirjiao to increase the strength of the Yu country, no one will hesitate. It's just unnecessary. The best thing is to let Shirjiao retreat. The current female emperor, Jian Wushuang, is more and more pleasing to the eye, is not only strong against the sky, but the background is also in line with her appetite. The relatives and children of the Wu family have the support of the Wu family. In the future, the Wu family will also stand with the Yu royal family, can be regarded as mutual achievement. Click! The barrier began to emit cracks. Ling Yuanzhan burst completely, and countless divine powers surrounded Jian Wushuang, as if swallowing Jian Wushuang's body. Everyone not only gave Jian Wushuang a cold sweat, of course, except for the Jinchen princess. Even Shi Han and Shirjiao didn't want Jian Wushuang to fall like that. The strong, all will be sympathetic to each other. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had previously given him the treasure to restore his supernatural power for a fair fight. Even if he returned the universe crystal, it is impressive to have such a gentleman's deeds. Surrounded by countless divine powers, the candle dragon wings behind Jian Wushuang wrapped his whole body. Even though the violent divine power invaded, it could not break through. The defensive power of the beast warrior still has no problems. Weakened 99% of the divine power attack. Those who fell on Jian Wushuang could break his divine body at best. Is not a serious injury. As long as it is a regular injury, he can recover instantly. Lasted a full time for a stick of incense, before the violent supernatural power completely disappeared. Shirjiao was suspended in the air, his clothes were ragged, and his silver armor was somewhat damaged. Looked at the beast god figure in the center of divine power. Who? Jian Wushuang spread out the candle dragon wings. His divine body is indeed broken, but in the next moment, his divine body instantly recovered to completeness, and the breath on his body exploded again, reaching 190,000. Your secret method is very strong. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but exclaimed. Shirjiao's eyes widened, and he said in shock, "Are you hurt at all?" Is not only Shirjiao, but everyone watching the game followed and felt incredible. This time, even Wu Li frowned. The more he understands Jian Wushuang, the more he feels something is wrong. Jian Wushuang's strength seemed to be beyond his expectations. This time he can recover from serious injuries magically and quickly. Unfortunately, just like this, it can't threaten me at all. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and he rushed out in an instant. Just an instant, he has already reached Shirjiao, clenched a fist with one hand and blasted directly on the opponent's chest, followed by a series of melee. Shirjiao faced a frenzied attack and soon stabilized. Used the power of restraint. Although he gained a short-term promotion, his time was limited. He is more anxious than Jian Wushuang. Ling Yuanzhan. Shirjiao stepped back half a step and performed the pinnacle secret method again. The same trick, it will be boring to use it again. Jian Wushuang drew away, gathered a huge blade with both hands, fell from the sky, and killed Shi Jiu's face. The hand decision has not been formed yet. Shi Jiu can only step back and dodge. Jian Wushuang didn't give him any chance at all. After obstructing the opponent's secret method, he leaped forward again. Shi Jiu quickly parried. Now he has the last resort. Has been dragging, he will undoubtedly lose. But using that trick is extremely expensive. May fall into a deep sleep. Shi Jiu exploded with divine power again, directly raising the divine power to 200,000. He didn't dare to use that trick easily, so he could only open the restriction completely. 200,000 supernatural powers exploded to fight Jian Wushuang. Feeling the constant flow of divine power, the sword is cold without double-sided color. He thought that Shi Jiu could be consumed, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so resistant. It's been a quarter of an hour now, and there is no sign of weakening. On the contrary, the Vietnam War is getting stronger, and now it has exploded to 200,000 divine power. If this goes on, he will be at a disadvantage. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang also shouted. Under normal conditions, he has completely reached the extreme. Supernatural power 190,000. Boom! Jian Wushuang gathered his qi with both hands, blasted countless violent waves, and went straight to Shi Jiu. Qi waves surrounded, constantly attacking. Shi Jiu allowed Jian Wushuang to attack and carried them all down. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5690 greeted countless airwaves and rushed straight up. Hit Jian Wushuang with a punch. He now has the upper hand. Jian Wushuang at this time was not an opponent at all. Under the crazy attack, Jian Wushuang completely gave up the defense. Jiao Zuo's battle situation caused everyone watching the battle to take a breath. They can also see that Jian Wushuang's divine power has begun to decline, and Shi Jiu's divine power is constantly rising. What's going on? Mu Chen exclaimed. Isn't Shi Jiu who used the restriction? Not only him, but Wu Li is also very puzzled. It was Ming Shi Jiu who used the power of restraint. After such a long time, Shi Jiu was not weakened by backlash, but Jian Wushuang's divine power kept declining. Now, Jian Wushuang's recovery, speed, can't keep up with the consumed supernatural power. Shirhan's eyes were hot, and he said excitedly, "How could it be so simple for the pinnacle treasure made by the fifth master? Jian Wushuang is about to lose." The three emperors who were defeated before have now recovered a bit of aura, staring at the two on the battlefield, shaking their heads and sighing. They thought that Jian Wushuang would win, but they didn't expect Shi Jiu to make a comeback. But the two people in the barrier now can accept whoever wins. Because of their strength, they have exceeded what they can see. Even everyone has heard of it, Great Priest. After all, they have never seen it before. This time they saw from the beginning to the end. The two super emperors fought desperately. The supernatural power has soared from the 130,000 entry point to 200,000. Are you going to lose? Empress Fengqian was not optimistic about Jian Wushuang either. She originally thought that Jian Wushuang could definitely win, but now Shi Jiu is getting stronger in the battle, and she is not subject to any restrictions. Jian Wushuang is getting weaker and weaker, and there is no chance, unless there is a whole card. The eldest princess Jin Qin behind the screen is the most excited. Snapped! She broke open the screen and rushed out, stood on the edge of the barrier, looking at Shi Jiu excitedly. This kind of scene, no matter who it is, will be moved. My sweetheart sacrificed his life for myself. In order to marry her, Shi Jiu paid a lot. The Empress saw this scene and thought of it, is not blocking either, because once Jian Wushuang loses, she has no excuses. It was the promise she made at the beginning, so she couldn't go back on it. If that's the case, I'm afraid Shi Jiu will come in person. When the time comes, it will not be reasonable, but it will lose the general trend. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jian Wushuang's left arm was completely broken. That is, the left arm fused with the arm of the candle dragon, was broken abruptly by Shijiao. The blood is pouring down the wound. Jian Wushuang's supernatural power dropped directly by about 10,000. Now his supernatural power is only about 160,000. Shijiao took the arm that had just been torn from Jian Wushuang in one hand, did not take the opportunity to attack again, but stopped and stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "If you lose, if you continue to compare, you will be divided into life and death." Jia Jia. Jian Wushuang held the wound with one hand and let out a gloomy, weird smile. This is the first time someone has pity on him. Admit defeat? He has never thought of surrendering in the face of the same rank. It's time to end. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. Originally wanted to drag and try, but found that he couldn't consume the other party at all. Then there is no need to hold on. Your strength is very strong, and your foundation is definitely much higher than mine. If I didn't have the treasure from my grandfather, I would have lost it long ago. Shijiao did not forget to comfort Jian Wushuang at this time. Jian Wushuang straightened up, a surging life force spread, and his lost arm grew out in an instant. It's just that the divine power has not increased. There is no need for that anymore. Even if it is restored to 190,000 times, it doesn't make any sense. Moved his arms a bit, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. "You are wrong about this. My supernatural power is actually not as good as you." Jian Wushuang shook his head. For the control of divine power, he originally thought that there should be no gap with the opponent. Now it seems that he guessed wrong. There is still a gap. After all, the opponent has been majoring in supernatural power since childhood. How could it be better than the other party? This is Guyu time and space, a super time and space river that is countless times stronger than the original Morua time and space. Temple of Qi is not enough to see here. What he saw was nothing more than the inheritance left by a half-step 8 tribulation realm. Guyu time and space, even the 9 tribulations realm appeared. How could it be comparable to the Temple of Qishan? In this time and space, even if there is an emperor who is stronger than Jian Wushuang, it is not surprising. In 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang was actually quite disappointed with Guyu time and space. Until today, he didn't feel a trace of fun. There was a war intent in his heart. Only an ancient would continent, a super emperor like Shijiao appeared. Moreover, the opponent's strength is probably not the strongest emperor in Guma continent, and there are even more powerful Tianjios in Shirgua. The core disciple of the emperor in the ancient wood school is not weak. This is only the ancient wood continent. 9 days and 10 places. He hasn't walked again yet. There are countless Emperor Tianjiao. You can't just hear about it. That is not accurate. Like Shijiao in front of him, at first they thought that the opponent's strength was only 130,000. Now it has exploded to 200,000. The great priest who has lived for several generations may have a deeper background. Maybe even he is not an opponent. As long as you haven't played against each other, you can't be sure that the opponent is weaker than him. Jian Wushuang thought he would be number 1 at first. Now he doesn't have that confidence, but he has the confidence to hit the first position, outside the barrier. When everyone saw Jian Wushuang's breath sink, their complexions changed. Although there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, they had to give up when they saw Jian Wushuang, and they couldn't help sighing. Wu Li also has a solemn expression, sighed inwardly. "Brother Wushuang, you should show your real strength." "It's over. Wushuang nephew will give up." "It's already very good. With such strength, your Yu country can fully absorb and enter the core, and your future achievements will not be weaker than those of Shi's top talents." Han's expression was indifferent, because Shijiao was about to defeat Jian Wushuang. So naturally he became very relaxed. And he still has plans in his heart. If Yu Kingdom does not absorb Jian Wushuang into the core, then he will personally pick up Jian Wushuang to go to Shi Kingdom. Enter the core of the royal family. In the Stone royal family, it is not only the Stone family. There are also elders with foreign surnames. As long as he is the core figure, he enjoys the same treatment as the strong Stone clan, can also participate in the holy meeting. This time the holy meeting is not trivial, and the number of places will increase. A god-level country like Shurgwa, how could it be like Yuegwa with only 20 places? When the time comes, you can get Jian Wushuang a place. Jian Wushuang in the enchantment never expected that he and Wu Li had calculated this way. And as of today, there has not been a finalized quota. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5691 is so worthless in Shurgwa. If I really knew, Jian Wushuang would probably break his thigh. Such a simple thing. Why bother to make it so complicated? Now he can't get off the stage. Shi Jiu, look forward to it. Emperor against the heavens. It's not just divine power. Jian Wu's double-face color is serious. His voice has just fallen. His breath has changed from normal, converging to the extreme. Shi Jiu also frowned slightly, and suddenly couldn't feel Jian Wushuang's breath. A light blue breath just instantly replaced the dark red power of the beast god. This breath is as unchanging as ever. It is in the starry sky. Anyone can see it. But there are no people who can use it, because no one has noticed this kind of power at all. The power of the stars. Jian Wushuang's eyes all turned light blue, clenched fists with both hands, and screamed. Even his hair turned blue, and there was a light blue arc around him. Everlasting change. In an instant, Jian Wushuang transformed from the Emperor of divine power to the Emperor of time and space. The power of time is mysterious. The time and space in the enchantment are all within the grasp of Jian Wushuang. His changes did not seem to be aroused by any breath, but the strong power represents everything. I can't see it. Even the Empress could not see Jian Wushuang's strength. Just felt Jian Wushuang's supernatural power disappear, and replaced by a mysterious power. Time and space. The female emperor's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "It has something to do with the origin of the universe." Wu Li and Mu Qin are both the masters of the universe and have their own universe. Naturally, they have also seen that Jian Wushuang's power is related to the origin of the universe. Haha, it's about to come back. I know he still has his whole cards. Wu Li said excitedly, "Look, Shi Jiu is determined to lose." This time Mu Qin didn't dare to be sure. He just asked curiously, "Wushuang is just an emperor. How can it resemble the aura of the origin of the universe?" Don't ask more about this. Who doesn't have any secrets? Otherwise, can it be so powerful? Mu Qin also realized that he had asked more, so he didn't say more. Hope Jian Wushuang can win Shi Jiu. Although other people found Jian Wushuang's supernatural power disappeared, they didn't see much. Even Shi Jiu himself couldn't see anything strange. "Is this the power you are talking about?" Shi Jiu said with some uncertainty. "Your divine power doesn't seem to have changed in any way." Jian Wushuang didn't deny it, but said lightly, "Divine power, not the only one." "Then let me learn something other than divine power." Shi Jiu was full of fighting spirit, and he was full of confidence at this time. It was the princess who was standing outside the barrier with a surprised look. She has seen this light blue breath. That was in Baihua Mountain. The power erupted by the mysterious 5 tribulations realm powerhouse. The more she looked, the more she felt like it. It's just that the mysterious powerhouse is performing kendo. But Jian Wushuang didn't have any kendo aura on him. Kendo and Jidao are completely separated, but they are in a state of fusion. The power of Jian Wushuang is the power of the stars, and kendo is more like a realm he cultivated with the power of the stars. But dealing with Shi Jiu, he didn't need to use kendo at all. The power of killing and cutting is too heavy, I am afraid that using kendo can kill and deal with it instantly. It's just eternal change, that's enough. Jian Wushuang in peak state, he doesn't know how strong he is when converted into supernatural power. But facing the Lord of the Universe in the three tribulations realm, he has enough confidence. This has already explained the problem. Shi Jiu. Before the voice came, Jian Wushuang had embraced his arms and appeared behind Shi Jiu. This scene surprised everyone. Even Elder Mu Qin couldn't see the speed of Jian Wushuang just now. Only Wu Li looked around in a daze. The Empress on the throne showed an incredible look. Is not how fast Jian Wushuang is, but time slows down on everyone. Only when the Empress was not affected did he clearly see Jian Wushuang's methods. Shi Jiu's complexion changed drastically, and he felt the power of nothingness behind him. Although he didn't know why Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared behind him, he still bit his scalp and hit it with an elbow. Snapped. Jian Wushuang caught it with one hand, shook his head, and said, "It's too weak." Click. With a slight force on the palm of his hand, he directly smashed Shi Jiu's arm. 200,000 supernatural power. In the peak state of the sword without hands, like an ant. The current Jian Wushuang is stronger than when he joined the road, I don't know how much. In the original world, half of the universe that has been lit up is shining, bursting out with endless original power. When these forces enter the dark starry sky, they will be transformed into starry sky power. Jian Wushuang now is completely different from the past, used to borrow the power of the stars. Now he can condense the power of the stars himself, is the same as the power of everything, slowly become familiar and master, is just the power of all things, and now it is more suitable for assisting. The power of the starry sky is the strongest power. Jian Wushuang yelled, grabbing Shi Jiu's neck and pulling Shi Jiu's broken arm with his other hand. Directly tore off his arm abruptly. Take the other way and return it to the other. Shi Jiu's face turned pale instantly, and his divine power was a little unstable. He didn't expect that just a face-to-face can easily crush him. Is this another kind of power Jian Wushuang mentioned earlier? Is too strong. He has never felt it in Jiejing. Outside the barrier, seeing Shi Jiu injured, the eldest Princess Jin Qin became worried. Was about to win. Jian Wushuang is like changing a person. The strength is not clear at all. The strong is a bit terrifying. Even Wu Li swallowed. This kind of power is beyond his imagination. His previous speculation is still a little conservative. If he is facing the current Jian Wushuang, I am afraid there is not much hope. So horrible. The supernatural power seemed so vulnerable before Jian Wu Duan. You lost. Jian Wushuang didn't rush to kill, but he shot Shi Jiu out of 100 meters away with one palm. The palm just now penetrated Shi Jiu's chest directly. Even the silver armor was completely cracked. Shi Jiu got up with difficulty, trying to learn Jian Wushuang's appearance and restore his arm, but suddenly thought that his current strength comes from the power of restraint. There is no extra vitality to supplement the physical body. There is only one-armed Shi Jiu. There is no hope anymore. Divine power can't be maintained at the peak state. Even in the peak state, it is crushed by Jian Wushuang. The current Jian Wushuang is full of oppression. The light blue breath envelopes and the blue arc shines. The hair is blue, although the aura is not fierce, but that powerful force prevents the opponent from breathing. The absolute oppression is the purest oppressive force. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5692. It's too strong, although I can't see how strong his divine power is, but Shi Jiu, who can easily defeat 200,000 divine powers, is probably not weaker than the Lord of the Universe, or even stronger. Shi Han's eyes were deep and his tone of voice was deep, feeling desperate for Shi Jiu. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang did not kill. Not weak. Shi Jiu will undoubtedly die. 1. Elder Mu Qin turned from despair to excitement. Shi Jiu is desperate this time. Today, Jian Wushuang became famous in the first battle. Not only will it spread in Vietnam, but it will also be famous throughout the ancient Wood continent. God against the heavens can even be said to be the strongest emperor against heaven in the ancient Wood continent. They really couldn't think of the emperor who could defeat the current Jian Wushuang. The people present, even some Jinchen princesses who hate Jian Wushuang, think from the bottom of their hearts that Jian Wushuang is definitely the strongest emperor in Gumo continent. None of them. As for the entire Guyu time and space, it would be too big, they couldn't guarantee it. But after seeing Jian Wushuang's true strength, they also felt that Jian Wushuang could at least rank in the top 10. The almost invincible great priest in the rumors. The strength described is similar to the current Jian Wushuang. Facing the 200,000 supernatural power Shi Jiu, he crushed easily. This combat power is no different from the Lord of the Universe. I lost, Shi Jiu said lonely, but his supernatural power is still rising. Admit defeat on the lips, but still have attachments in my heart, so I obviously won't give up easily. Jian Wushuang slowly landed, stepped forward without rush or slowly, encircling his chest with his hands, and said casually, "Actually, you can give up." I promised her that she would do my best. Even if the catastrophe is over, I must make this promise. Shi Jiu turned to look at Princess Jinchen outside the barrier, with eyes full of pampering. But the eldest princess, Jinchen, has red eyes. She wants Shi Jiu to give up now. Don't fight it anymore. Even if Jian Wushuang is not a killer, if he continues to fight like this, he will definitely die. Even Jian Wushuang was a little moved, staring at Shi Jiu's embarrassed look, reminding him of the past. He was so persistent before. It was only later discovered that clinging to this kind of thing is useless. Only when this kind of attachment is transformed into practice will there be results. If Shi Jiu was in the Tribulation Realm, the power of the 7 Tribulation Realm, how could he be so embarrassed? Who would dare to stop him in Vietnam? Within the royal family, the ancestor who opened up the Yu Kingdom was nothing but a lingering and dying 7 Tribulation Realm. I really want to confront the last master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. I am afraid that I dare not stop it at all, and will pack Jinchen and send it to him. Although this obsession was used in the wrong place, Jian Wushuang also admired Shi Jiu very much. If only I could be as cool as you. At the beginning. Can't bear to look back. Jian Wushuang raised his head, not looking at Shi Jiu, pretending to be relaxed. I will respect you, but don't think I will keep my hands. Holy meeting place, he must get it. Open Wanlu, this is his great opportunity. On the far side of the starry sky, there is a long and weak river of time and space, waiting for him to save it. The expectations of countless people, he can't live up to, nor dare to live up to it. Can't have any kindness. Shi Jiu stood firm. His divine power began to increase rapidly. He still had to use that trick. Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are very strong now, and the strength is beyond my imagination. But the next move will be my life. You have to take it. Shi Jiu laughed frantically, and a scorching light burst out of his body. In the light, a pair of eyes looked at the Yu Kingdom Princess Jinchen for the last time. Seems to be saying goodbye. Sword has no double-sided color change. Angrily said, "Are you crazy? This is going to be desperate, and it's taking his own life in exchange for his life." Shi Jiu in the light and shadow has only one arm left, with his toes floating in the air, making a fist with one hand and shouting, "Death, hum!" The space was shattered in an instant. Jian Wushuang protected his face with both hands, just so hard to resist. He doesn't worry about himself. It's just that Shi Jiu really doesn't need this. Even if he enters the royal clan as a patriarch, he will not have the same room with Jinchen. After attending the holy meeting, if he can successfully open the Wanlu Shenmu, there is a high probability that he will run with Wu Li, wait until the strength is strong before coming out. Open Wanlu Shenmu. On the bright side, The Guma school will not interfere. But I don't know how many people secretly will stare. It's not easy to open, but it's much simpler to kill people and win treasures. So I must avoid it for a while. Even if he didn't hide, he would leave Gumu continent and go to other areas among the 9 heavens and 10 places, looking for the 10 sons of Chishin temple who came together back then. At that time we will be together. The people of Guyu time and space. It is not that Jian Wushuang distrusts, but is unnecessary. No matter how powerful these people are, they will not travel with him to the long river of time and space of the primitive universe to save prosperity. In the eyes of the practitioners of Guyu time and space, there is a remote place, there are no treasures of chance, who will spend a long time drifting in the past. Only those of them who come from the Temple of Chishin can care about the time and space of their hometown. They are all fighting one by one. Jian Wushuang, how dare not to fight? His strongest opponent, but extinction, is still waiting for him. The turbulent power struck. Jian Wushuang was completely wrapped in the power of the starry sky without fear. In his peak state, even if he fights against the Lord of the universe, he will not suffer. Ah! Shirju yelled to the sky, clenched a fist with one hand, and completely exploded the power of restraint, transforming it into annihilation. Crackling, the enchantment was instantly shattered, and Empress Fengqin personally stepped down to suppress the violent aura. But this way, Jian Wushuang was miserable. It would be good if Shirju's attack was completely dispersed, but the area within the enchantment was too small, and coupled with the suppression of the female emperor, after the breath burst, the space was directly crushed. Jian Wushuang and Shirju both fell into the turbulence of time and space, the colorful world like a mirror. What a lunatic! Jian Wushuang's aura skyrocketed again, and he resisted completely. Waves of heat hit him, but they did not cause any harm to him. Jian Wushuang stared at the crazy Shirju, sighed, and shook his head. The other party's age may be much older than him, but the mood is probably not good. Chic is really chic. I never thought that, even if he desperately changed him, the royal family would find someone to marry the Princess Jinqin. Is it cheaper for others? Why do you spell it like this? The terrifying power that swept through began to gradually weaken. Shirju's body began to enter a petrified state, and the cracks on the divine body began to solidify when they appeared. The vitality has been exhausted, and then there is death. Once the divine body is finished, the remaining source cannot stop this backlash. This is the time and space dominated by divine power. Divine body is the strongest foundation. Once the divine body is finished, it is a waste to retain the original source. It's the same as the White King at the beginning. If the source is gone, only the divine body is left, and it is no different from a useless person. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5693. Why did you? Shirju's face was like ashes and he was about to fall. But Jian Wushuang's aura remained unchanged, but the blue arc flickered more intensely. This time he was completely desperate. Desperately. There is no way that Jian Wushuang can do anything. The luck is in the barrier. If it weren't for the barrier, he wouldn't be able to change Jian Wushuang completely. Such a pity. In the barrier, he can't change Jian Wushuang. And Jian Wushuang seemed to be unharmed. He can no longer guess Jian Wushuang's true strength. None of the rumored great priests can compare with Jian Wushuang. The complete restraint, the burst of power of nirvana, can kill the Lord of the universe. And in such a small space, even the top powerhouse among the masters of the universe should have fallen. Jian Wushuang is nothing. The aura on his body did not weaken, but became stronger. This is the horror of the power of the stars. In fact, Shirju's power of nirvana that just broke out can threaten Jian Wushuang. But his power of nirvana, in front of the power of the stars, is just like an ant. And his power of extinguishment was released from the power of restraint. There was not much at all, and it would be backlashed later. Jian Wushuang is different. The power of the starry sky is transformed from the source, and it can be said to be endless. How does this compare? Jian Wushuang gently shook his head. This is not a fight between life and death. If it were life and death, Shi Jiu would have died 10,000 times. The physical body completely entered the petrochemical. Before Shi Jiu lost consciousness, he exhausted the last trace of his Buddhist supernatural power and left a word to Jian Wushuang. Take care of her for me. The voice of fell, and Shi Jiu's physical and divine bodies were completely petrified. Only the origin is resisting stubbornly, but it can't stand it for long. Enough! The female emperor gave a soft cry, and her jade hand stretched out, and a surging vitality entered Shi Jiu's body, protecting the last source. With a light swipe of his finger, he tore a door of time and space. Take him back to Shirgua and some help. The empress turned her head and said to Shirhan a little later, even if he survives, he will be a useless person. Shirhan heard the words, rushed over, grabbed Shi Jiu's body by Shihua, and directly entered the gate of time and space. Brother 9. The eldest princess Jin Qin wanted to keep up, but was stopped by the empress. Jian Wushuang stood aside, a little embarrassed. He hadn't thought that one day he would beat a mandarin duck. Fortunately, he is not a villain, and he will not fall into trouble. Even if you join the royal family and become the eldest princess Jin Chen's Taoist companion, you won't think of her too much. The point is that at that time it is no longer unconcerned but upright. Even so, Jian Wushuang will not touch her. He just wants to become stronger, to solve the big trouble of extinction, and then follow the path of the master, and go to the future to meet with teacher Xianyi. Go and see the future world. What is hidden when it arrives? Within the starry sky, who is planning again? Princess Jinqin fell on her knees, crying Lihua with rain, raised her head and stared at her cold mother, and said heartbreakingly, "Why are you forcing me? The big thing is set, forget him." The Empress' voice was cold, and there was no room for maneuver. The key point is that she can't stand it anymore when she sees her daughter's appearance. Where is Jian Wushuang, still standing? Looking at Jian Wushuang's tall and straight back, his face was bright and handsome. Why go to Shi Jiu? The opponent is indeed very good, with both background and strength, and he sacrificed his life for Jinqin. But what good is this? Strength is respected. Don't be funny. She is someone who came over, knowing what the robbery is facing. The pressure that did not exist in the emperor's time will explode when it reaches the robbery realm. Once you arrive in a certain robbery, it is estimated that you will regret it for life. Dealu is only temporary. Strength is for a lifetime. Jian Wushuang is so good. With a Yu Kingdom princess, it is more than enough. If this time the situation of the battle were to pass, I am afraid that the forces that want to be included in Jian Wushuang can be ranked 9 days away. That can still get you, Gua. You, the eldest princess of Vietnam, even if it inherits the throne in the future, what's the matter? Compared with the 7-star sects on the ancient Wood continent, the foundation is still quite different. This time, they crossed over, but they found the treasure. Jian Wushuang's background is not complicated. And Wu Li also said that Jian Wushuang couldn't stay in the outland, and he fell out of poverty. Only then did he come to Vietnam to take refuge in the Wu family. Even if Jian Wushuang became the 5 tribulations realm in the future, without interference from outsiders, he could not interfere with the Yu King clan. A top thug in by Jian. Even if it is the Empress, I feel that I have made a lot of money this time. Who? Jian Wushuang took a breath and returned to normal. Looking at Princess Jinqin in front of her, she didn't know what to say, can only turn around and hold a fist at the Empress slightly. Your Majesty, look. His meaning is obvious. How does this end? Muang, you first bring Jian Wushuang to settle down in the capital, and talk about the rest 3 days later. Empress Fengqian also knew that it was not suitable to talk about the previous agreement at this time. Wait for my daughter to come over first, and then take it slowly. There's still 10 years to go before the holy meeting, and strive to get everything done within 10 years. After Mukin heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward to pull Jian Wushuang and replied, Your Majesty, don't worry, Wei Qin will do it. Wu Shuang nephew, come with me. Jian Wushuang bowed to bid farewell, and followed Mu Qin to prepare to leave. But when he passed the threshold, he turned his head and looked at the 3 emperors who remained in the hall. These 3 people were found by elder Mu Qin, did not follow them now, but was kept. I am afraid that the female emperor also discovered the power of death exerted by 2 of the emperors. Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. If you go to mention it now, it will arouse people's suspicion. I will ask elder Mu Qin later. If he is detained by the female emperor, he will be able to find out when he becomes a family member in the future. So in order to leave the palace with Mu Chen and Wu Li, Brother Mu Chen, don't let it go. After all, it's my nephew. I can arrange it. I will take him to your house and wait 3 days later. After Wu Li repeatedly, politely rejected the kindness of elder Mu Qin, Jian Wushuang returned to his previous residence. After entering the mansion, Wu Li and Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. This old fellow, you are thinking about living in the Muangfu before you even join the family, and you look down on my Wu family too much. Wu Li looked a little angry, is obviously a little bit brooding. Even if you marry a maid, you won't live in someone else's house before the wedding. Not to mention, Jian Wushuang is an emperor against the sky. This time the royal family, let's have fun. Brother Wu Li, why bother to the secular face once Wanlu is opened? What are these dynasty sects? Oh, it's my mundane thing. But this Yuoang royal family is really not a good thing. If you marry in the future, you must be careful. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5694. The 2 have entered an other courtyard, where a willow tree fell, and there was a beautifully carved tea house in front of them. Wu Li's tea is cooked on the familiar road. Jian Wushuang is to savor carefully. Jian Wushuang felt like Wu Li said bad things about the royal family behind his back. Change of status. If he is Shurjiu, I am afraid he will be mad. Or that Princess Jinqin. Although he feels that the other party is too persistent, it is difficult for him to accept it when it happens to him. The poor boy meets the eldest lady. You have to be right. You are so beautiful, and you are worried that others will occupy the magpie's nest. This kind of thing is simply unclear. What's more, Shurjiu is desperate. If it's for you, Gua's belongings, why not fight for the throne of Shurgua? As far as he knows, the contemporary lord of Shurgua is not Shurxiu, is Shurxiu's eldest brother, although he is also in the 6 tribulations realm, but the outside world generally disagrees with his strength. The possibility of 99% in the future is to specialize in Sanjia. In this way, the throne is vacant. If Shurxiu fully supports Shurjiu, it is very promising. Shixius peak combat power if it can reach 180,000. 190,000 is a bit reluctant. It's not my own supernatural power, so I don't do calculations. The Emperor has 180,000 combat power, becoming the Lord of the Universe. It can be said that it is a certainty. Coupled with Shurxiu's training, it is not difficult to become the 4 tribulations realm. The 5 tribulations realm needs some external opportunities. Shurjiu is also the proud son of heaven. The 5 tribulations realm may not be impossible. It can be said that Shurjiu is the seedling of the 5 tribulations realm. Such a pity. I don't know if I can recover before the holy meeting. Wu Li poured tea to Jian Wushuang and said, If I were the female emperor, I saw Shurjiu's performance today. Even if the stone on her chest would melt, she would be fine. Open a dog hole and ask Shurhan to take Shurjiu away, without a word of comfort. The emperor is moody and most ruthless. Jian Wushuang gave an evaluation. From the mundane world to the present, the same applies. Isn't it? Wu Li nodded and agreed. Jian Wushuang put down his teacup and said in a serious tone, "Let's talk about business. There should be no problem with the number of places in the holy meeting this time. Don't worry about this. If the royal family doesn't give it, we will divorce." Wu Li promised, patting his chest. In fact, Jian Wushuang is also unlucky. He didn't see Wu Li's short-sightedness. If his strength is revealed early, I am afraid Qin Jianmin will give him a place. It's just these 10,000 years. It's not easy to get the details. Although Wu Li's vision is a bit short-sighted, the layout is still very elegant. 10,000 years. Jiang Jian Wushuang's identity has been flawless. Walked out of a down-and-out family, traveled for several epochs in the outland, and returned to the Yu kingdom to seek refuge in the Wu family. And not just talking, Wu Li has arranged for someone to leave a trace of Jian Wushuang on purpose. Although Jian Wushuang was only a small deacon of King Yanzong at the beginning, his identity was investigated by King Yanzong. This time he joined the royal family. The other party might be investigating his identity at this time. With Wu Li's layout, Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all. There is no deep-rooted family to guarantee him. It is not easy to get into the core. Even if he is against the sky and his identity is unknown, he will be suspected and dare not reuse it. Especially powers like the Vietnamese royal family have too much suspicion. There shouldn't be any problems, but there is one thing you should pay attention to. I have heard that a certain ancestor of the Yu country will wake up in the near future. Maybe it is related to the input. It's impossible, I'm just an emperor. Does that old ancestor care? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. He is an emperor married to a royal family. He is a door-to-door son-in-law. The other party can see him. Wu Li continued. I'm worried now he will see something. For example, you and I have no blood. This cannot be done. There is nothing to worry about. My physical body is a bit special, changing all things, and the powerhouse of the seven tribulations realm will not see the problem. Jian Wushuang was most attentive to his physical body. The original Morua time and space, although not following the genre of physical body and body. But there is still a hand in the refinement of the physical body. 10 times of tempering. It surpassed the peak of Morua time and space. Even in the time and space of Guyu, his physical perfection, in the same level, can firmly rank in the top 3. The number 1 is a bit exaggerated. Jian Wushuang is not as confident as Wu Li. Except for this, there is nothing. After the ancestor recovers, most of them will go to the holy meeting. Although the Sanjie realm cannot participate in the holy meeting, it is a good choice to observe it. Wu Li breathed a sigh of relief, and his confidence came up. NS, he still has confidence in his layout. Isn't this about to succeed now? Get the quota and wait for the holy meeting 10 years later. Open Wanlu and become a master. Jian Wushuang didn't say anything more. Let's take one step at a time. As for the 2 emperors related to the power of death, he didn't tell Wu Li. Although the 2 are in the same boat, the relationship is not so good yet. The key, this has nothing to do with Wu Li. The power of death matter, but it involves the future. He must pay attention to it. Wait 3 days later. See Elder Mu Qin and try again. The main event is to open Wanlu. The power of death, second. If he could drop by, he would not dislike the trouble. I just don't know whether this power of death has anything to do with extinction. If there is, then the opponent's hand is too long. Under the willow tree. 3 days passed quickly. Wu Li didn't leave for the past 3 days, so he kept playing with tea sets and chatting with Jian Wushuang for 3 days. One old and one young. After talking about practice, talking about legends. When finally talked about women, mentioned the same name. The Empress Feng Qin. Both of them leaked weird smiles and then stopped directly. Just when the 2 were about to leave for Muangfu, Elder Mu Qin came in person. Elder Mu Qin, you are too polite. Come here and bring something. Wu Li said from his mouth, but his body was sincere, directing the housekeeper to the back room. Jian Wushuang didn't care about that. The treasures sent were not simple. but unfortunately they were all divine treasures and he didn't need it at all. Dong Kun's bones, he can't even digest them, so there's no time to absorb those divine treasures. I improve too slowly. If you want basic divine power and reach the level of the 3 tribulations, I am afraid it will be the year of the monkey. Dong Kun's skeleton, so far he can't see how powerful it is. Anyway, it is at least a skeleton from the 7 tribulations realm. The bones of the flesh contain extremely rich divine power. The original source was extinguished, but the flesh was not corrupted, but the flesh was refined by humans, leaving the bones and the inner power of the divine body. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5695. Jian Wushuang only needs to fuse it into his divine body, and he can quickly break his divine power to more than 200,000. Even more, he hasn't heard of the matter of someone going to absorb the divine body of the 7 tribulations realm. Don't know how much it will improve in the end. After the matter of face was settled, Elder Mu Qin took the lead, drank a sip of tea without rushing, and said solemnly, "Brother Wu Li, today I will come to propose marriage by crossing the Qin family. Look at this marriage. What to do? Well, I'm just such a nephew. I was a lonely nephew since I was a child. I went to Outland and got a powerful chance. I was chased and killed. I went to Vietnam to join me. The princess took a fancy to it, since your majesty has lifted it. How dare we have any opinions?" Wu Li was very modest, and he praised Elder Mu Qin and the entire royal family, almost called Jian Wushuang a stinky beggar. If this is the case, then I'll just mention it. Don't worry about the betrothal gift. 8 million yuan will be sent right away. The wedding day will be set in 3 years. What do you think? Mu Qin was also very happy. These are all imaginary. He knows what Jian Wushuang wants. Jian Wushuang, standing behind Wu Li, in addition to serving tea to the 2 as a gift for the younger generation. He also listened to their conversation. When he heard 8 million, his face moved. 8 million, if it is the universe crystal, some are missing. Elder Mu Qin, he might be able to collect tens of millions of universe crystals in one big life. This time I took 8 million, and I looked down on people too much. Although he is not from the Wu family, he still thinks this matter is too much. Is obviously to look down on people. He was a patriarch and sold himself to the royal family. When Wu Li heard it, his face sank slightly like Jian Wu. It is also clear that these are small things, and the most important thing is the number of places in the holy meeting. Can't break a big thing because of a little thing. It doesn't matter, it's just that I heard that the Gumasek's messenger has recently arrived. I don't know how many places Yuegua has gotten this time. Wu Li asked tentatively. Although Mu Qin mentioned it when Jian Wushuang fought Shurjiu, he also needed a guarantee. If there is no quota, it is better to transfer to someone else now. After Mu Qin heard it, he flipped his hand and took out a token from the mustard seeds and smiled. "Brother Wu Li, see what this is." Seeing the token, Wu Li's complexion slowed, and he took it directly from Elder Mu Qin's hand. 2 tokens, a piece of gold, representing the tribulation realm, a piece of silver, representing the emperor. Holy meeting qualifications has already arrived. One is Wu Li's own, and the other is Jian Wushuang. This Wu Li held the token with a smile and handed the token of the emperor to Jian Wushuang, and his own piece was also in his arms. "Brother Mu Qin, you gave me a great surprise today. Holy meeting place, he actually got it a long time ago. According to normal circumstances, the royal family will not give them quotas. But today he was given a sacred order for the tribulation realm, is equal to their Wu family with 1 more quota. How can this not make Wu Li happy? Although there is no suitable candidate for the tribulation realm in the Wu family, Wu Li can take this tribulation realm Holy Society token and sell it. Is definitely a sky-high price. What is 8 million? Mu Qin smiled and said, "This token, but your majesty gave it to Wushuang's nephew. You must cherish it." "This is okay. Wu Li promised, patting his chest. He understood what Muqin meant. This token can be given to him, but he has to pull out a strong support. Empress Fengqian will also participate in this holy meeting. Need help. The Wu family married the royal family and naturally got on a boat. This token cannot be easily given to others, but to find a strong supporter who needs the other to assist the empress in seizing the position of the saint. In this way, the price will be much lower. But Wu Li is still very happy. He originally planned to use the power of his family to find a holy guild token with Tribulation Realm qualification, but he doesn't need it now. Willow this kind of thing. How could he not leave himself with a whole card? This token is like a divine help. Elder Muqin is also very happy. This time their royal family has obtained a lot of tokens, but they are not neighbors. This is also to win Jian Wushuang and Wu's family. In that case, I hope Brother Wu Li will also give us a surprise at that time. Elder Muqin raised his eyebrows and said in a daze, "This time the holy meeting is unprecedented. You can't be careless." Wu Li also followed the words and said, "Everything has its own definite number. Today's ancient wood continent is deadly silent. It is time to be more active. 9 heavens and 10 earths. We are already in the countdown position. It's all the same. Guyu time and space is the most powerful, always in the past. The 8 tribulations realm of that era is really many. When the ancestors resurrected, they were still talking about the past falling era. It's a pity that one generation is not as good as one generation." The face of Elder Muqin has a look of remembrance. Jian Wushuang was listening carefully. Fallen era is the thing that happened after the goddess created the ancient moon time and space. The fall of Heavenly Girl, a strong man who has completed the 9 tribulations. The way she scattered has created a group of powerful 8 tribulations realm. These powerful people created the ancient moon god sect, and the 19 strongest among them have created 19 8-star sections, is passed down to this day. The original Shenmu king was one of them, but strength is the countdown. Because the ancient wood continent has the least resources, only the Wanlu Shenmu is relatively rare and special, but unfortunately it is not controlled by the ancient wood faction. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad. Even the flame divine power of Shirgu couldn't match it. In today's era, the Lord of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm is almost extinct. The entire Guyu time and space, I am afraid there are not many. Many have left Guyu time and space. For Jian Wushuang is very powerful here, but the Master of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm can see it. Guyu time and space, just like the powerhouse in the dispersing tribulation realm, lost its vitality. Stay here can only wait to die. It is better to go to other time and space rivers, the 9 core time and space rivers and the endless starry sky. Where is the belonging? The strong man in the robbery realm who can escape the long river of time and space should not be restrained. Of course, you have to have that strength when you go out. Like Jian Wushuang, there is no need to say more, just the emperor. Even if the powerhouse of the 5 tribulations realm goes to another time and space, it is very dangerous. Can only stay in Guyu time and space. Sanjia realm is even more desperate to sleep. The source of divine power is cut off and vitality is lost. This is a nightmare for those peak powers. Ordinary tribulation realm powerhouses are fortunately able to resist. Those who are strong in the 8 tribulations realm can hold it. Many powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm have fallen along with the universe. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5696 is the same as the god not wanting to face the self who has lost his origin. Of course, looking at it now, the has another plan. Just Jian Wushuang doesn't know what the other party is planning. If the gods succeed, I am afraid it will be an unprecedented disaster. Sanji regained its vitality. That can't be done simply by injecting life force. Needs the root, not the infinite life force. Jian Wushuang knows this. In the future, he has enough strength to return to the Temple of Qixin, and he must explore the plan of the gods. Okay, I won't bother you, but Wushuang nephew wants to go with me. I have something to arrange. Elder Mu Qin stood up, preparing to leave with Jian Wushuang. Wu Li also had no objection. After sending the two out of the house, they returned to the mansion with ambition. Using a secret teleportation formation, they left the capital directly and returned to the Wu family. Is hiding somewhere because of his backhand. Jian Wushuang followed Elder Mu Qin to the Muangfu. The two found a small courtyard with a leisurely and unique feeling, with a maid waiting there, and outside the pavilion there was a mountain lake with a calm surface. Wushuang nephew, just tell me anything. After Elder Mu Qin waved his hand to let the maid go down, he continued, They are all about to become a family. There are some things you want to keep from Wu Li. You can tell me at any time. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and smiled. At Wu's mansion, he transmitted the sound to Elder Mu Qin and asked him to take him away from Wu's mansion. At this critical time, leaving alone, I'm afraid Wu Li would also have doubts, so he asked Mu Qin to take him out, and by the way, he was close to the other party. Go to inquire about the two emperors related to the power of death. This time, thanks to Elder Mu Qin, I really have some things that I want to fill with that uncle. Jian Wushuang compiled it carefully, and Mu Qin was fascinated by it. Finally, Mu Qin did it directly. What? Have you encountered that kind of power in Outland? Mu Qin couldn't believe it. The two emperors were both found by him. So after the deduction, the female emperor told the matter. Mu Qin also understood what that power represents, so he was so surprised. Why, Elder Mu Qin knows too. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and there really was something he didn't know. It depends on whether he can explode this time. Mu Qin took his seat again, leaning on the recliner, recalling what the Empress Fengqian had said, but he said it all without concealment. He thought Jian Wushuang knew about it, and he said it was open and bright. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, Sure enough, I guessed it well. I'm afraid there are still people behind these two people. From Mu Qin, Jian Wushuang learned the power of death, the secret in Guyu time and space. This secret, few people know, not even some six tribulations realm. Only some powerful people in power know about it. The female Emperor Fengqian also learned from the ancestors of the Yu royal family. The power of death is not called the power of death in Guyu time and space. It's the power to destroy the world. When the goddess fell, there was a power to destroy the world. That time was the pinnacle of the 8 tribulations realm of Guyu time and space, and it was also the closest they were to death. The power of destroying the world appeared. In desperation for 9 days, among the 10 places, there are 3 continents that have become relics. Only the 8-star Zhongmin and some secret realms were left, and the rest were all destroyed, leaving only the ruins. For 9 days, all of them were broken. The scope and background have been greatly affected. Many people don't know why those ruins appeared, and they thought they were like that. It is actually caused by the power of destroying the world. Actually appeared several times in the follow-up, but there was no horror, and there was very little destruction. Until now, the power of extinction has completely disappeared. Sometimes someone finds the power of death in the relics of some time and space periods, but it is also surviving. Some people want to master this kind of power, but they find that they will swallow the vitality in the body just after being contaminated. If they want to get rid of it, countless vitality is needed to accumulate it. No one dared to touch this kind of power anymore, especially those who are strong in the robbery. Their vitality is inherently limited, and it is the most difficult to recover. Once they encounter the power of death, as long as they are contaminated, there's a risk of falling asleep and even falling. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly in his heart. He is in control of the existence of the power of death. Even if his strength is only half a step in the 7 tribulations realm, he can threaten those strong in the 8 tribulations realm. Except for the Lord of the Universe, Everyone is afraid of the power of death. Even if he is the Lord of the universe, he doesn't want to be tainted with this kind of power. This also made Jian Wushuang curious if it was really a means of extinction. The time that Naomi survived was too long, appeared from the time of the fall of the ancient moon time and space, and then to the time and space of Mo Luo and the time and space of the primitive universe. The span is too big, plus Dongjun, Jian Wushuang, and unable to calculate. If this is the case, then extinction was once so powerful, has been metamorphosed to the present, and it is all 6 calamities. And there is hope of improvement. I am afraid it is no different from the Lord of the universe, because he himself represents death. As long as Jian Wushuang is swallowed, the fusion of death and life may reach a new level, beyond the existence of the 9 tribulations realm. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang shook his head vigorously. We'll never be able to. If this were the case, it would not be the time and space of the primitive universe that would be finished. When the time comes, everyone will die. The power of extinction is a disaster in the starry sky. He must figure out where these 2 emperors obtain the power of death. Otherwise he would be uncomfortable in this ancient moon time and space. On the day of goodbye, Xiexing found him again, but there was nowhere to hide. You must know that he came to Guyue time and space because of avoiding extinction. Elder Muqin, what will your majesty do with these 2 people? Jian Wushuang tentatively asked. Elder Muqin sighed and said, they were all the arrogances in the eternal realm. They are all Tianjiao in the eternal realm. It is impossible to deal with them. The overall strength of the eternal realm is much stronger than that of the Yu country. Your majesty will not offend them at this time. Eternal kingdom. Jian Wushuang nodded. That is the eternal kingdom comparable to the stone country, and the strong of the eternal clan are notorious lunatics. Although the 2 emperors are not members of the eternal race, they are the core disciples of the eternal kingdom, and they are also Tianjiao. The seizure cannot be too long, otherwise it will cause the other party suspicion. In the past few days, I am afraid it will be released. Empress Fengqin, but to go for the position of the saint, when the time comes, cooperation with the eternal kingdom is indispensable. If you offend this time, maybe she will wear small shoes. Although there is no suitable candidate for the saint in the eternal kingdom, it can also hinder the situation. https:// mobile version reading URL